Yes, Chairman. Honourable members, the proposed amendment for consideration. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Further amendment to 37.
Interpretation.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment to 36. So you can put the question.
No further amendment to 37.
Yes. To 36.
No further amendment.
No further amendment to clause 36. So you can put the question.
The question is that the clause as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Chairman, where do we go to?
Clause 37.
Clause 37.
Interpretation.
Mr. Speaker, clause 37. Interpretation of ambulance service. We delete and insert the following. Ambulance services means services specified in the first schedule.
Honourable proposed amendment for consideration. Put a question. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Further amendment to 37.
Mr. Speaker, clause 37. Amendment for interpretation of healthcare center. Line 3. We delete living and insert being. This one. Healthcare center. So I wanted to. So that line 3. So the new rendition will be physical well-being through the services, not physical well-living, but physical well-being through the services.
The proposed amendment is for consideration of the House. And I'll put a question. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 37 as previously amended to some part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes, Chairman.
No amendment on clause further 38. Say yes. So what put two questions for?
Honourable Chairman, I'm listening.
Transitional provisions.
Clause 38.
Transitional provisions.
Honourable members, there's no listed amendment. 38 for consideration of the House. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that the clause should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Chairman.
We go to the first schedule.
We have a number of amendments.
The Speaker, first schedule amendment proposed. Paragraph 1. Subparagraph C. Line 1. Delete danger sites and insert emergency, so that it will read safe removal of a person from emergency and transportation of that person to a health facility. instead of seal removal from a danger site. No, emergency. So not necessary.
Now, the proposed amendment is for the constitution of the House. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Further amendment, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, first schedule amendment proposed paragraph 3, sub-paragraph A, line 1, delete radio end. And in line 2, after rooms, insert of the service, so that it will read the provision of communication linkage for the line 1, and then line 2 we add service, so it will read the provision of communication linkage with control rooms of the service.
All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Further amendment to the first schedule, Chairman.
The Speaker, first schedule amendment proposed paragraph 3, sub-paragraph B, line 2, delete and a mass casualty, so that it will read the provision of emergency care and ambulance services during a disaster.
All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Chairman, last amendment to the first schedule.
Mr. Speaker, first schedule amendment proposed. We add the following new paragraphs as advertised on page 72 of today's order paper to the first schedule.
Honorable, propose amendment for constitution of the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that the first schedule has variously amended to stand part of the bill. Or yes, honorable majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just having discussion with the chairman of the committee, and I thought that the first schedule 1C, where he substituted emergency for a dangerous site, it doesn't make easy reading and understanding. So rather, we should qualify it again to read safe removal of a person from emergency situations, not just emergency, but emergency situations. Or if you like, from an emergency situation. Because safe removal of a person, from an emergency situation. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the further addition.
We are also okay with it.
It should be emergency situation.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to leaders' further amendments.
I put a question. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. That the first schedule, as variously amended, should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The second schedule.
Official seal and emblem and service.
Mr. Speaker, second schedule amendment proposed, or the official seal and emblem, we delete MOH.
I'll put a question then, Chairman. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the question is that the second schedule as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Long title.
Mr. Speaker, long title amendment proposed. Line 2 after
An act to establish the National Ambulance Service to provide for the effective administration and management of an emergency care services and to provide for related matters.
Yes. Honorable, yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, long title amendment proposed. Line 2 after effective, insert and efficient.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. And the further question is that the long title as amended should stand part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Chairman, just in case, anything more?
Speaker, no further amendments.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, this will end the consideration stage for this bill. Honorable Majority Leader, are we continuing with any other consideration? Please, are we continuing with any other consideration? Or
Speaker, we can come back to item listed as as 9. Item 9.
please, the consideration stage is ended for now. Item 9, motion. Chairman of the committee. Chairman of the Finance Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the procedural motion listed as item 9 on page 7 be taken out. I so move.
Thank you very much. Who seconded the motion?
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I put a question. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Chairman, motion 10.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move
One that is
that the motion listed as item 10
And I've already told Ben.
on page 8 of the order paper be taken out. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I'll present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the report before us is the Finance Committees on the Buyer's Credit Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Exim Bank of India for an amount of 158,617,764 United States dollars to finance the design and build contract for the Tamale Walewale Road, Phase 1, Savelugu to Walewale. That's from kilometer 30 to kilometer 113. Mr. Speaker, the terms and conditions of this road are given in paragraph 4 on pages 5 and 6 of the report. Likewise, the scope of works to be done. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, a budget summary of the Savelugu Walewale section of this road is given on page 8 of the report. Mr. Speaker, looking at the deplorable state of the road, the committee is of the view that this project will be immensely important towards improving vehicular movement and road safety in the project area and contributing to the enhancement of the road network of the country as a whole. The committee therefore respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve by resolution the buyer's credit agreement between the government of Ghana and the Exim Bank of India for an amount of $158.6 million United States dollars to finance the design and build contract for the Tamale Walewale Road Phase 1, covering the Savelugu to Walewale sections. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Who seconds? Yes, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important that links the south to the northern part of Ghana and even goes beyond to between Ghana and some landlocked countries in Burkina Faso and other neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, the completion of this road would improve trade among Ghanaian business people and also among Ghanaians and foreigners who live in these countries. So, Speaker, the terms and conditions have been looked at. It's a fixed interest rate of 1.75% per annum. This looks very reasonable compared to other commercial transactions that we've handled. It's going to be repaid over 14 years with a moratorium of 4 years, and other improvements have been made to ensure there's pedestrian safety along this stretch of roads. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'd like to second the motion for the approval of the facility. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'll put a question. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable Minister, the resolution. Honorable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Deputy Minister of Finance is here with us, so he can stand in for the minister to move the motion for the adoption of the resolution.
Thank you. Deputy Finance Minister, item listed 11.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the resolution listed as item 11 on today's order paper be now adopted. I so move.
Thank you very much. Who seconds the motion?
Mr. Speaker, I second the
Chairman,
motion.
thank you very much. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Motion for adoption of the resolution adopted accordingly. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
To do that. Mr. Speaker, we can go to item 12.
Item listed 12. Motion. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, item 12 is a procedural motion, and I beg to move same. That's the procedural motion listed as item 12 on page 9 be taken now. I so move.
Thank you very much. Who seconds?
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. All those in favor say aye. Those say no. The ayes have it. Chairman, substantive motion. 11.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the substantive motion listed as item 13 on page 10. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I'll present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, this motion is in respect of the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 402,280 Great Britain pounds on materials and equipment in respect of the design and delivery of prefabricated bridges for deployment throughout Ghana by Messrs. Melby Bridge, registered as Acro Global Limited of the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, this House approved a facility for the procurement of these prefab bridges. In the commercial agreement, there is a provision that taxes and duties thereof be waived. And so that request is what is before the House. The Speaker, attached as an appendix to this report are details of the assessments done by the Ghana Revenue Authority, and in total it comes to 11.4 million pounds. Mr. Speaker, the committee has satisfied itself with the request and recommends it to the House for the approval of the request for the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 11.4 million Great Britain pounds on materials and equipment in respect of the design and delivery of prefab bridges for deployment throughout the country. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. This is one of several other interventions that have been undertaken by various governments in the past. We've already had the Ghana Dutch Bridges Project, the Ghana Acro Bridges Project, the Belgium Bridges Project, and the Spanish Bridges Project. Mr. Speaker, all these are intended to facilitate trade and to improve economic activity within the areas that we find these bridges. With this view, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion for the approval of the waiver of duties. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. I'll put a question. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I refer to the report and wish to associate myself with it, except that the Speaker will plead that next time the Chairman is taking the report, these documents should be made available prior to us taking it. Whilst you were reading the reports were being shared to us. It makes it difficult. Is it?
No, don't mind.
It makes it difficult for us to.
Yes.
It makes it difficult for us to digest it. And like you said, however, due to the political instability in Cote d'Ivoire in 2020,
Yes.
that due to the political instability in Cote d'Ivoire, there is pressure on this rank road. Mr. Speaker, it's on this note. It's on this very note that I wish to say that even as I associate myself with this, we must do everything possible to ensure that there's political stability in this country as we are standing. And the only way to do that is to ensure that the right thing is done. The EC must be fair and must do what is proper and right. That is important. That is important. You stated that there's political instability in La Côte d'Ivoire. So we must do whatever as members of parliament to guard our constitution and to do what is right and proper.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity and my colleague made. It's important, Mr. Speaker, that we achieve the peace we want. That responsible people must behave responsibly. The way to achieve peace is not for people who have lost election to pour people into the streets to cause mayhem. And if we are seeing instability elsewhere, it should be a lesson to us that in Ghana we must do things decently. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Order. Honorable members, there's a tall order of business which we'll have to deal with. Honorable Majority Leader, next item, order. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Yes, Speaker, we can take the motion for the adoption of the resolution listed as item 14.
Item
14.
Item 16. Procedural motion. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the resolution listed as item 14 on today's order paper be now taken. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is accordingly duly adopted. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Speaker, item number 15.
Item
15.
Item 15. Item 15.
Mr. Speaker,
11. Chairman.
I beg to move that the procedural motion listed as item 15 on pages 11 and 12 be taken now. I so move.
Honorable Chairman.
Second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Then all those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes, substantive. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion listed as item 16 on page 12 of the order paper. Mr. Speaker, I'll present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the report before the House is on the request for the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 10,235,286 United States dollars and 33 cents on materials, equipment, and services to be procured in respect of the project for the rehabilitation of the National Trunk N8 Phase 2 by Messrs. Shimizu Dai Nippon joint venture of Japan under the grant agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, in respect of the rehabilitation of the National Trunk Road N8. So, Speaker, the government of Japan signed a grant agreement with the Republic of Ghana in this is for the construction of the road between Asin Praso and Asante Bekwai. Sorry, Asin Praso and Asin Fusu sections of the N8, Asin Praso to Asin Fusu. Mr. Speaker, this is a grant agreement, then come to the House, but in the grant document, a clause that says that taxes and duties thereof would be waived. And it is this request that is before the House. So, Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority has done an assessment of the taxes and duties, and it comes to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 10.2 million United States dollars. The committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the request for the waiver of duties and taxes in respect of this grant agreement. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion for the waiver of this facility, of the duties on this project. Like the chairman said, this is a grant, a Japanese grant that has seen to an earlier phase, phase 1, and this is the second phase of the same rehabilitation of the same road. Mr. Speaker, the tax assessment has really been certified to be accurate by the GRA. There are a lot of benefits, among which, Mr. Speaker, is the reduction of accidents on that highway and also the construction of a toll booth to enable the local authority collect some tolls to enable the maintenance of this. There are several other benefits, Mr. Speaker, that this road brings to the country. With this view, as Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll put a question then. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Resolution. Honorable Minister.
I rise to move that the resolution listed as item 17 on today's order paper be now adopted. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you. The motion has moved and seconded. The aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is duly adopted. Honorable Majority Leader, where do we go from here? Honorable Chief Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we will take item number 18.
Item
Number 18.
Mr. Speaker, item 18. It's a procedural motion. And I beg to move that the motion listed as item 18 on pages 14 and 15 of today's order paper be taken now. I so move.
Thank you very much.
Second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
In favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes. Substantive.
Mr. Speaker,
19.
I beg to move a substantive motion listed as item 19 on pages 15 and 16 of the order paper be taken now. Mr. Speaker, I'll present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, this report is on the request for the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 8,128,590 United States dollars and 87 cents on materials, equipment, and services to be procured in respect of the construction of the Jamestown fish landing site. Mr. Speaker, the Jamestown fish landing site is being constructed by the Chinese government. Government has entered into an aid agreement signed between the Ministries of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development and the Ministry of Commerce of the People's Republic of China for this project. Speaker, sections 11.1 to 11.3 of Article 11 of their aid agreement stipulates that the government of Ghana shall exempt the Chinese personnel to be engaged to work under the project from applicable taxes. So, Speaker, in order to successfully implement the project, there's a need to waive the taxes and duties applicable. And it is in this regard that the request for the waiver of duties and taxes has been submitted to the House. So, Speaker, attached as an annexure to this report is a detailed breakdown of the taxes and duties to be waived. The committee has satisfied itself and recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the request for the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 8.128 million United States dollars in respect of the Jamestown fish landing site project. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to second the motion for the construction of the Jamestown fishing port. Mr. Speaker, like the chairman said, this is a grant from the government of China. That is the responsibility according to the aid agreements, the responsibility of the government of Ghana. The port, a modern port like this in Jamestown, Mr. Speaker, will provide jobs. It's obvious that we are also going to get a processing unit so that we can have a lot storage for the fish that we have. There is a market that's going to be developed, and there are ancillary facilities such as the KG and toilet facilities and a lorry park. Mr. Speaker, all this would improve the economy of Jamestown, and I think we should all agree. Mr. Speaker, with this view, I second the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Representative.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I'd like to speak in favor of the motion. Many of these fishing sites have been outstanding since the late President Mills visited China. He came back with an assurance that 5 or so of them will be done, Discoff, Azim, Jamestown, and many others. So, Mr. Speaker, it will provide some opportunity for the fisher folks and improve income for them if they have this landing sites. And I refer you just to the concluding paragraph of the report. This is part of the aid implementation agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana and the Ministry of Commerce for the construction of Ghana Fishing Port Complex project Jamestown. And reference is made to the Public Financial Management Act and Article 174 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, what strikes me is page 4 of your committee's report. Normally, I know that we grant this waiver for import duties and others, but I've seen inspection fees of 116,138, and then significantly, so the chairman must give me an explanation. How come the withholding tax is the same amount as the inspection fee? How come? And then I do not see why you want to waive inspection fee. You can waive import duties, you can waive EDIF and other levies, but you cannot waive inspection fee. It is not done. I mean, inspection comes under trade facilitation, and therefore, why are you waiving inspection fees? But that is here. So give me an explanation why you have item 8 and 9 in page 4, same amount. What's the coincidence? Inspection fee being the same thing as withholding tax? We must get it right. So in principle, I support it because of the benefits of the project, but I do not appreciate. So for instance, Mr. Speaker, let them refer me to the attachment, the schedule which is attached, where the inspection fee is provided for and waived on the recommendations of the Ghana Revenue Authority. I've seen all the other items: insulating gloves, gate gloves, water shoes, half body water trousers, raincoat, and others. But inspection fees, show me the referral from the which page?
Mr. Speaker, for every waiver that we bring to this floor, we attach the details of that here. If you go to the attached appendix, you will see inspection fee withholding. It's 1%. 1% in each case. That's how come it's the same amount. This is a grant from the Republic of China. You expect them to pay inspection fees? No. They are giving you free money. So if they bring their equipment, that is why in this instance, the inspection fee is being waived.
Next contributor. You want to make it further?
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Monitoring is referring me to page 1. Page 1, I see description of items. So if I see the appropriate documents, yes, I'm holding the appendix. I'm holding it. After the signature page. Okay. Mr. Speaker, he's offered an explanation that because it's a grant, we are waiving inspection. So if it's 1%, it's withholding tax 1% because it has the same amount. 1%. withholding tax.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll put a question then. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Resolution. Resolution. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the resolution listed as item 20 on today's order paper be now adopted. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is duly adopted. Honorable Majority Leader, next, please.
Item 21.
Item 21. Item 21 motion.
Mr. Speaker, item 21 is a procedural motion. And Mr. Speaker, item 21 has 6 components. So this procedural motion ordinarily would have moved 6 of them, but we are moving them in 1, as captured here in item 21. The motion would be same in 22, but then we have listed the resolutions 23 all the way to 28. So when it comes to the resolutions, we'll move 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28. But the procedural motion is being moved once, likewise the substantive motion. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the procedural motion listed as item 21 be I so move.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
All those in favor of the procedural motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Duly carried. Motion number 22.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as item 22 on page 19 be taken up. Mr. Speaker, this is in respect of the waiver of duties and taxes on machinery, equipment, and raw materials to be procured by the following entities under the 1D1F program. Mr. Speaker, one is Litap Pharmaceuticals Limited, waiver of 16.3 million United States dollars. Densu Ceramics Limited, a waiver of 1.519 million United States dollars. Mars Industries Limited, 1.343 million United States dollars. Central Sugar Company Limited, 1.3 million United States dollars. Champion Foods and Beverages Limited, 752,000 United States dollars, and Miracle Fruits Processing Ghana Limited, 38,164. Mr. Speaker, this House sometime last year approved a waiver of duties, corporate taxes for 5 years for firms that will be granted the 1D1F status. And in the approval, we said each request should come back to this House, and in fulfillment of that, in fulfillment of this, these have been submitted to the House, and as listed, 6 companies. The committee has satisfied itself that they are deserving of the waiver of duties and taxes, and recommends it to the House. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The in-principle approval was given by this House for all 1D1F projects, and this is to confirm that each of them satisfies the conditions of the approval. Mr. Speaker, these 6 companies that are before us have all satisfied the requirements under the incentives that were approved. There are varied products that these 6 companies are going to provide. It includes pharmaceuticals, ceramics, food processing, and even biscuits. Their contribution to the economy were all reviewed and found to be satisfactory. Mr. Speaker, we are happy with these waivers for the 6 minutes. With these few words, I second the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for an opportunity to comment on the motion before the House. Mr. Speaker, in commenting, there's one issue that keeps running in just about every tax waiver that comes to this House, Mr. Speaker, and that has to do with what is commensurate with these tax waivers. Mr. Speaker, as exciting as it is that Ghanaian companies are given an opportunity to grow, we expect that by expansion and growth, it leads to job creation. Mr. Speaker, this House should be demanding from the Finance Committee the amount of jobs that these companies, it is indeed a tax waiver, but how many jobs are we getting from these companies that we are giving these huge amounts of money to? Mr. Speaker, it's important that this House is appraised with these facts so that we will know that we are getting value for money. But as it is, yes, they meet all the conditions for tax waivers. I'm not going to file a question. I won't file a question. It is important that the House is given an indication of the number of jobs we will get from these companies that we are approving these tax waivers for. Mr. Speaker, with this, I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment on the report. Thank you.
Thank you.
On a point of order. Yeah, on a point of order. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, point of information. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that my good friend has not read the report. Each of the tax waiver for each company, the number of potential employees is stated. I'm surprised that after he's come from demonstration, he doesn't take time to read the paper. And then he gets up and says, it's not there. It is there. It is there.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minority
This is
Leader.
not to be expected of MPs. It's important that we
Honorable Minority
Leader. Very ready. Please, don't waste our time.
Thank you very much. I speak in support of the motion, and anybody who has an appreciation of the performance of industry in Ghana and our collective quest to address the growing unemployment in the country will support worthy initiatives in the name of 1D, 1F. Mr. Speaker, what we request be done, we would request it from the Minister for Finance and Minister for Trade to disaggregate regional and district. How many 1D, 1F have been established in each district of Ghana, whether Northern Region, Savannah Region, Upper East, Upper West? Because it appears to me that the beneficiaries of these exemptions are all in the Greater Accra region. 1D, 1F was not one region too many. You said one district, one factory. So it must reflect that in each district of Ghana, because you want to address the industrial needs and concerns of a particular district. So we should know. But I speak favorably. Now, when you come to page 4, Industry Limited was incorporated in January 2006, but started operations in 2011. So 1D, 1F, implementation started in 2017. This company was established in 2011. So you are now recommending them for 1D, 1F. It means it was already a company in existence, but probably government appreciate that what they are doing, they deserve support. So accept the industry. It's not new in respect of the data that you have provided. Now, when you come to Central Sugar Company Limited, established in 2017, you are saying they are processing starch, sugar, and ethanol. Mr. Speaker, that's why I support it. If we develop the ethanol industry well, it is a raw material heavily required by the pharmaceuticals, and that itself can create additional jobs. The Committee on Finance and Employment must do this House some good, visiting the factory site to appreciate that, in fact, they are processing sugar and ethanol. Yes, you should do it in the name of oversight. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I've also seen that juice processing in 2010, in paragraph 3.5, page 6. So 1D, 1F, as our notation subsequent was only after 2017, after the new Patriotic Party government took office. So we demand that we have an aggregation to understand how many districts in each region of Ghana have benefited from what. Then these companies must give us a report annually through our committees. How many persons have they employed? Then their contribution to GDP. We should know how much their contribution to the production. I have read in particular, Mr. Speaker, I conclude on that, letters pharmaceuticals. And I do know that chemists, Tobinco, Letab, Kina Pharma and others are doing good. Even I hear some of the COVID things were produced locally. Support the fact that Letab Pharmaceuticals is being supported to do not only capsules and tablets, and that they will set up a manufacturing plant. And as I've indicated, we are told in the committee's report that some 1,400 jobs were likely to be created in page 8 of the committee's report. And I just paraphrase it. The new manufacturing plant to be set up by Letab Pharmaceutical is estimated to produce 360 million tablets and 180 million capsules per annum, which will be sold locally and some exported to other West African countries. And that the entire project is estimated at $112,510 US. Mr. Speaker, it's worth supporting because it will expand our pharmaceutical industry and it will create some jobs. But we should know the locations of this factory in order to appreciate how much they are contributing to addressing the cement needs of those areas. With this, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Thank you very much. Honorable Majority Leader, shall I put a question? Thank you. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the following resolutions listed on today's order paper be now adopted. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion for the adoption of those resolutions
All those
made
in
by
favor
the
say
Deputy
aye.
Minister for Finance.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is duly adopted. Honorable Majority Leader, next item, please.
Mr. Speaker, item 29. 29.
Mr. Speaker, item 29 is a procedural motion. I beg to move the motion listed as item 29. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second motion number 29.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Chairman, substantive.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Chairman, please.
Mr. Speaker, members do not have, they are not familiar with copies of the report 29.
What did you?
Mr. Speaker, we could stamp that one down and go to item listed as 32. 32.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the procedural motion listed at 32. I so move.
Yes.
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes. Substantive 33.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as item 33 on page 31 be taken up. Mr. Speaker, this is a request for the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of €1,359,089 on materials and equipment to be procured for the Upper East Region Water Supply Project by Michel's Dennis Engineering and Contractors BV of Netherlands. Mr. Speaker, this House approved the facility for the Upper East Region Water Supply. An addendum was also submitted to the House, and now we are being asked to waive taxes and duties thereof, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of €1.35 million. Mr. Speaker, the committee has thoroughly considered the request and finds the approval of same to be necessary for the timely and smooth implementation of the project. Attached to this report, it's details of the assessment done by the Ghana Revenue Authority. The committee therefore respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve by resolution the request for the waiver of duties and taxes for the Upper East Region Water Supply Project. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion for the approval of the waiver. Mr. Speaker, this would enable sufficient water to be supplied to places in the Gatanga Enclave, Navrongo, Paga, Bongo, and other surrounding environments. The original facility was approved in 2010. Mr. Speaker, this was revised subsequently in 2018 to ensure that we have an extended horizon for supply of water from the previous 9 years to about 20 years, and in 2024 from their projections. I believe that this is a very important social intervention and we need to support it. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any contributions? I'll put a question. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Resolution, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the resolution listed as item 34 on today's order paper be now adopted. I so move.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the motion is duly adopted. Honorable Majority Leader, please.
Yes, Speaker, we go back to item 30.
Item 30.
Mr. Speaker, you will recall that we moved the procedural motion 29. And
you did?
Yeah, so now we're on 30, the substantive motion. And I beg to move that the motion listed as item 30 on pages 28 and 29 of the order paper be taken down. So, Speaker, I present the committee's report. So, Speaker, this report is on the request for the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of €13,709,923.06 in respect of local purchases on materials procured for the construction of the new University of Environment and Sustainable Development at Somanya in the Eastern Region, Phase 2. The Speaker, you recall that in this House approved the facility in 2016 for the construction of the University in Somanya. The Akufo-Addo government continued same. The Speaker, government is a continuum. So the Akufo-Addo government continued same. The first phase of the project has come to an end. The second phase has just kick-started, and this request for duties, a waiver of duties and taxes, is in respect of phase 2 university at Somenya. Mr. Speaker, I recommend same to the House. I shall submit.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I write to second the motion for the waiver of these duties. Mr. Speaker, like the chairman rightly said, this is a continuation of a previous project, phase 1. It's already been done, and the contractors deem it appropriate to continue immediately so that the cost of demobilization and coming back to mobilize would be avoided. It is also anticipated that this phase 2 will complement the investments in phase 1 and enhance the enrollment for this university. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I second this motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Resolution, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the resolution listed as item 31 on today's order paper be now adopted. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor of the resolution being adopted say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is duly adopted. Honorable Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, item 35.
Item 35.
Speaker, I beg to move the procedural motion listed as item 35. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of the procedural motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Substantive.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion listed as item 36 on the order paper, and in so doing I present the committee's report. This is in respect of the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 13,689,321 euros 32 cents in respect of local purchase on machinery, materials, and equipment services to procure for the construction of a new Takrady market by Michel's contractor Construzioni Italia. The Speaker, this House approved the facility earlier this year, and in the commercial contract it was stipulated that duties and taxes thereof will be waived. This request has come to the House, and we recommend same for approval. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this completely new market that's being constructed for the people of Takrady and its environment. This market is a very important one for the community, and we're hoping that with this improved market space, there will be active business taking place. It will improve revenue mobilization also by the assembly. There are also provisions for warehouses and also drainage to prevent flooding. This is a very strategic project for Takrady, and Mr. Speaker, I would like to second it. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I think we've concluded it, so we will put the question at item 37.
Item.
We may put the question on 36,
Yes.
the motion, and then we move to 37.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We are moving to
The resolution.
resolution number 37. Yes. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the resolution listed as item 37 on today's order paper be now adopted. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And the resolution is duly adopted. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, item 38.
Item
38.
Item 38. Motion. Procedural.
Speaker, I seek your leave to effect an amendment in the title. In the procedural motion, substantive and the resolution, you find second addendum to the deferred payment. I want this to be amended to addenda to the deferred payment agreement. This combines the first addendum and the second addendum. So instead of the second addendum to the deferred payment agreements, this would be addenda to the deferred. There are two, there's a first and second. So there's addenda. It's what? No. It's not addendum to what is captured here is report on the second addendum. Now, what was considered combined the first and then the second. So rather,
yes, Mr. Chairman.
so Mr. Speaker, I will run through the substantive as well as the resolution. So I beg to move that the procedural motion listed as item 38 be taken now. I so move.
Yes, yes.
Second, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Substantive motion, please, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move the motion item 39 presents the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, this report is on the addenda to the deferred payment agreement. The Governor of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Roads and Highways, and Sino Hydro Corporation Limited, setting the terms and conditions of the deferral of payments under the EPC contract agreement in respect of the construction, rehabilitation of selected roads and interchanges in Ghana Phase 1 under the Master Project Support Agreement. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that the government has entered into a Master Project Support Agreement with Sino Hydro Corporation Limited for $2 billion to support priority infrastructure in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the first phase covers the following road infrastructure projects: Accra Inner City Roads, Kumasi Inner City Roads, Tamale Interchange Project, the PTC Runabout Interchange Project, the Adenta Dodowa Carriageway, the Sunyang City Roads, the Western Region and Cape Coast Inner City Roads, upgrading of selected feeder roads in Ashanti and Western regions, rehabilitation of Akimodan of Wansi Road, the Hohoi Jasekan Dodi Pepeso Road. So, Speaker, 4 lots in Phase 1 have started. The Tamale Interchange has started, for which an amount of $11.8 million has been spent thus far. Lot 7, the construction of the Western and Cape Coast Inner City Roads is also ongoing. Likewise, the upgrading of selected feeder roads in Ashanti and Western region. And in Lot 10, the construction of the Hohoi Jasika and Dodo Pepesu Road. So, Speaker, it has become necessary to amend the deferred payment agreement so that the other lots in Phase 1, the remaining 6, can also be started. Mr. Speaker, has looked at amendments to the deferred payment agreements and has attached this to the report. Mr. Speaker, the committee has also attached the equation that covers the calculation of the IDC on the last page. We have also attached this one, and we recommend same to the House for approval. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, like the chairman rightly said, we are carrying out 2 major amendments. That is Addendum 1, 2. That is why
the chairman refers to both of them as addenda. Mr. Speaker, it's instructive to note that since we approved this 2 billion facility, so far only 28 million has been disbursed. Only 28 million. That is less than 2% of the approved master facility agreement. Even when you refer to page 7 of the chairman's own report, if you look at lot 8, which has to do with upgrading of selected roads in Ashanti and Western region, so far only 3 million has been released. There is every indication, Mr. Speaker, that this EPC contract, the contractor doesn't have the financial and doesn't have the capacity. And that is why they are rushing for this amendment. And this amendment is inimical to the interest of Ghana, because there was a grace period coupled with a construction period. The construction period was supposed to be completed within 3.5 years, following which the grace period will elapse. Now what this addendum is seeking to do is to decouple the grace period from the construction period. What it means is that they can be pushed forward, but the grace period would not be pushed forward. Why we do such contracts, especially with EPC contracts, is to ensure that when the contract is mature, you can then generate some revenue from these fiscal infrastructure projects in order to pay. There is clear and ample evidence that based on the calculation, and Mr. Speaker, those who have done some finance or economics will look at page 9 and see the calculations. One deferred payment, 1, 2, 3, 6, thereabout, which will be lumped together such that upon the expiration of the grace period, will be required to pay. Mr. Speaker, I hold the view that the Ministry of Finance should take a second look at this agreement, because clearly this agreement is not in the interest of this country, and we warned earlier that this facility was not thought through, it was not well negotiated, and today we are seeing all kinds of addendum, all kinds of negotiations, and all kinds of amendments. Mr. Speaker, we will just caution, but it's left for the ministry to take that into consideration, because clearly, if you have a 2 billion agreement and so 28 million has been released by this contractor, it tells me that they don't have capacity. Mr. Speaker, with this contribution, I thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable. It's all right. Yes, Honorable.
Speaker,
Yes.
as of this time, I don't recall the motion being seconded yet.
Honorable, you may please second the motion.
No, you did not second. You did not second.
Please, you may second the motion. Honorable, you may second the motion and then proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. This request is for amendments to the existing master agreement, and it does not cause any harm to the country. We checked what the implications of these amendments would be, and we were told that together, all the amendments and the changes that were proposed will still maintain the exposure of $646 million that's already been approved for utilization. So that is going to harm us. It was only to seek clarity, and I would like to emphasize the two areas of clarity. Mr. Speaker, the first one was about the definition of LIBOR. It was only stated as LIBOR plus a spread. But then this amendment seeks to clarify what LIBOR we are using. And we're told that this is the 15-year swap rate, and it comes up to about 3.1. So there's clarity about what LIBOR we are intending to use. Is it the 6-month LIBOR or what LIBOR? So there's clarity now on what LIBOR we are using in the calculation of interest. Mr. Speaker, the second part of it was that the construction period and the grace period seem to mean the same thing in the earlier agreement. But this amendment has clarified what the grace period is supposed to be and what the construction period is supposed to be. And I think it makes the documentation before us even much clearer. We are certain about our liability in the future, and it's also easy to interpret. Mr. Speaker, the most important part of it is that the lots 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 might now proceed after the amendments have been out. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I would like to second the motion for us to adopt the report of the Finance Committee. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. At the end of the debate, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Any resolution?
Mr. Speaker, the motion for the adoption of the resolution, that is 40.
Yes. Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the resolution listed as item 40 on today's order paper adopted. I so move.
Who seconds?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is duly adopted. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the 1st of May, we approved a credit agreement, and there were some challenges, for which reason it's become necessary to move a motion of rescission that was adopted by the House, and Speaker, have the facility reconsidered by this House. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House rescinds its decision taken on the 1st of May 2020 in respect of the approval of the following agreements. The two agreements, Mr. Speaker, are listed on pages 37 and 38. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Mr. Petro. Thank you very much. All those in favor of the motion for rescission say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is duly adopted. Honourable members, in view of the time and the business ahead of us, and dread that sitting should extend beyond the regular hours. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, item 42.
Item 12.
Mr. Speaker, we'll take items 42 and 45 together.
Item.
One report covers
Item
45. Items 42 and 45. We'll take them together. So the procedural motions 42, 45, the substantive 43 and 46, and the resolutions 44 and 47.
32 and 35.
The 42 and 45 are the procedural motions, and then the substantive 43 and 46, and the resolutions will be 44
Please
and
do
47.
42, 45.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motions listed as items 42 and 45 on the order paper be taken now. I so move.
Yes, Honourable.
It's seconded, Mr. Speaker.
All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes, Chairman, move the substantive motions.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the substantive motions listed as items 43 and 46 on the order paper be taken down. Mr. Speaker, I'll present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, these are two facilities being provided by Standard Chartered Bank. One is the Euler Hems facility of up to 222,444,176.25 million euros, and then a commercial facility of 60.257 million euros for the design and construction of Ashiaman roundabout to Akosombo Junction Road. Mr. Speaker, this house on 27th April received a request for the financing of the commercial contract of the upgrading of this road, and the agreements were approved by Parliament May 2020 for the implementation of the project. Mr. Speaker, after the approvals, KFW IFEX Bank GmbH informed government of its decision from the transaction because the board of KFW IFEX Bank did not give credit approvals to the transaction. Now, in view of the importance of the Eastern Corridor Road, government approached Standard Chartered Bank, and the bank has agreed to finance the first tranche of the commercial contract value. And Mr. Speaker, is this agreement that's before the House, and so that's why the majority leader moved the motion of rescission, so that the earlier approval that we gave in May will not be binding. Mr. Speaker, this has gone through the motions already, and the committee recommends him to the House for approval. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. This project is obviously a very important one. Mr. Speaker, while the KFW facility did not materialize, this new facility that replaces it have similar terms and conditions, except the margin on the interest rate, which has been increased by an extra 0.5%, making it more expensive than the previous one. But Mr. Speaker, once the first one on, it was incumbent on government to find an alternative financier. And so paying the price for this, I don't think should cause us to, as it were, also decline this request. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity and to second the motion. Thank you very much.
Right, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this motion. Mr. Speaker, the chairman did point out that one of the reasons this loan came back to the House was simply because the banks withdrew after Parliament approved this. The chairman said that the bank said the board did not approve of the transaction. But Mr. Speaker, that is very significant. It calls into question what due diligence was done, both by the transaction advisors and government, before asking Parliament to approve this. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, when things are referred to this House, and we try to look further into it, it is simply to avoid some of these things. But as it happened, the government was unable to do due diligence, and we are here. But the most important thing, Mr. Speaker, is that out of this inability to do due diligence, we are paying more for this project, the same project. The scope hasn't changed or anything, but we are paying more. And I think somebody should be sanctioned for not doing due diligence and for Ghana paying more. Indeed, we are paying more. Even if we are paying one, and the delay caused by the replacement of the bank is all cost to the state. The delay, they should have been getting ready to go to site now. Here we are trying to change the law. Mr. Speaker, we have no objection to support this. It's just the bank that has been changed. But I'm saying that if government did due diligence, the board wouldn't have come back to say that the board did not get approval for this, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what the chairman is defending, but he already said that, Mr. Speaker, I have no objection to support this, but the next time, government should do better due diligence before they come to the House. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, when the first approval was sought in May, the board had already given the go-ahead. Following the approval, KFW is a development bank. Now, in Germany, they are also, because of COVID, directing their funding to COVID-related matters. And so the board says that we cannot be doing this financing when we have a COVID outbreak in our country. What's wrong with that? They are now directing their funding to something else because of the incidence of COVID in Germany. Now, as to the amount going up, you will see that in the motion for rescission, it was 195 million in the earlier one. Now it's 222. At the time, the counterpart funding was not covered, and even the Roads Ministry were worried. They were saying, why are we not financing the counterpart funding? So when the opportunity presented itself this time around, the counterpart funding has been added. That's why it's 222. So the cost hasn't been paid by the government of Ghana as counterpart funding. It's now covered in this financing. And so the ministry should be happy that it came back and now the counterpart funding has been sorted out. So if only you ask the chairman, you wouldn't have gone on this tangent of saying all of these things.
Question. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is sorry. The motion is duly carried.
Yes, we got the resolutions
Honorable
captured as
Honorable Minister, the resolution. The resolution.
Item 44 and 47.
Yes, Chairman. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the resolutions listed as items 44 and 47 be now adopted. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you very much. I'll put a question. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Resolutions 44 and 47 are duly carried. Honorable Majority, shall we move to 80 as suggested?
The Speaker, if we can go back to item 4B.
Item
4B. Page 5 of the other paper.
4B.
4B.
Very well. Item 4B.
Report of the Committee on Roads and Transport on the Supplementary Agreement Number 2 to the Engineering, Procurement and Construction EPC Agreements between the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and Sino Hydro Corporation Limited, in respect of the following roads projects constituting Phase 1 projects under the Master Project Support Agreement MPSA. I. Accra Inner City Roads. II. Kumasi Inner City III. Tamale Interchange Project. IV. PTC Roundabout Interchange Project. Takrade. V. Adenta Dodowa Dual Carriageway. VI. Shinyane Inner City Roads. VII. Western Region and Cape Coast Inner City Roads. VIII. Upgrading of selected feeder roads in Ashanti and Western Regions. IX. Rehabilitation of Akimodan to Ofuase Road. X. Hohoi to Jazzy Kanti Dodi Pepeso.
The report is duly presented for distribution. Yes. Yes, Honorable Majority.
Mr. Speaker, item listed as 55. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. We should take 54. We should take 54 before. 5-4.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that item listed 54 and page 45 of today's order paper be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Who seconds?
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. 55, substantive.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move that motion listed at 55 on page 46 of today's order paper be moved today. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence and ask the Hansa Department to pick the entire report as I think highlights of the report. Mr. Speaker, the objective of the contract agreement is to upgrade the Tamale Walawali Highway, specifically the highway stretch from Swalugu Walawali section of 83 kilometer project. The project is a turnkey contract project phase 1 and involves realization and rehabilitation of existing carriageway. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that the project completion was to take 36 months from the commencement date. Mr. Speaker, I go straight to conclusion. The committee noted that given the expected benefits of the project to the economy of Ghana and considering the economic viability and in line with government's commitment strategies in achieving the sustainable development goals, the committee recommends the House to adopt its report and approve the commercial contract agreement between the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and GMC India Limited for an amount of $158,717,764 in respect of upgrading of Tamale Walawali Highway Project Phase 1, that is Swalugu Walawali section, that is kilometer 30 to kilometer 113. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the chairman and to make these few comments of my own. Mr. Speaker, the rationale for this project is clear. Our committee looked at this. Mr. Speaker, the few comments I have are as follows. Mr. Speaker, ever so often when the road ministry brings this thing to Parliament, there's an item that is the price, which is design. Mr. Speaker, I feel many of the major roads in this country, the various agencies do have a certain level of design already. So when we see a project like this, and we are supposed to pay almost $6 million for design, it is as if the ministry has no clue as to what the road is. But this is an existing road. And I find it always strange that we pay that kind of amount of money to the developer to do design, because we have engineers there and they have done studies on every major road. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not the first time it's happening. It's not only happening under the NPP. I think it's something we should look at. I feel there's something wrong with it. That is why the cost of road projects in this country is expensive. Mr. Speaker, in the past, I thought that was one of the most expensive, $1.2 million per kilometer. Today, this is $1.9 million per kilometer. In the past, majority leader used to query these things and to ask us to look into it. Today, this is $1.9 million. Hogway to Ablitoji, $2.7 million, 7 kilometers for 111 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, there must be something wrong with the way we price roads in this country. I know that there's no a standard template for us to say this is it, build this road. It is the condition of the road, but the cost is going out of gear. The other day is $1.2 million. Today is $1.9 million. Hoko to Hitoji is $2.7 million per kilometer. Mr. Speaker, where are we going? No wonder we can't build enough roads. No wonder we can't build enough roads. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the minister, these 2 points I've made, whether it is always the case that when we take an existing road like we are doing, this road existed. It is only 2 kilometers that is being done dual carriage. So why is it $1.9 million? In fact, we are told that where the culverts are just going to be replaced. We new or significant on this road. We are reconstructing the road. So, Mr. Speaker, not peculiar to NDC or any other government, I think we can do something about this. And if we look into this item of design, which costs us $6 million, perhaps we can save some money, because I am very sure the engineers at the ministries do have a certain level of design for this road, even before the developer comes into this country. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I feel this is a very good project, but I am really concerned about the cost. But I'm told it's a 10-key project. There will be, VFM. I'm told VFM reports are always presented to the Finance Committee. I haven't seen one at the road committee before. I wish to see some of them so that we can compare when things come to this house, so that we can guide ourselves as to what is reasonable and what is outrageous or an outlier in this case. Mr. Speaker, I urge colleagues to support this motion so that we can approve this road. Interestingly, going through the Vice President, he deserves a better road, just as the majority leader deserves a better road. They are not doing a good road in Adaku yet, but when we win, we will do better roads. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, I thank you. And to speak in support of the motion. Speaker, we've often said that the northern region, the entire northern region, is the food basket of the country. And so that such a facility has been initiated by the government. And I want to commend the government, particularly in regard to this. Speaker, your report, page 6, that's item 6.6, certainly captures the rationale and the strategic nature of this project. The fact that it's connecting N10 and N6 that link landlocked countries such as the Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, and other parts of the sub-region. Speaker, if you go ahead to look at the benefits of this project, amongst others, it captures clearly the fact that it's going to facilitate trade and bilateral exchanges between the ECOWAS sub-regional country. The importance of it cannot be overemphasized. Speaker, in conclusion, item 614 talks about the performance security. And the committee observed that as part of the safeguard measures cause the contractor to perform on schedule and to specification, the contractor is required to provide performance security in the form of surety bond of some 30% plus. And then the report goes ahead to also look at retention. And it said the committee further noted a limited retention of 5%. These are very standard but important requirements to projects such as this. So, Speaker, without much ado, I want to support the projects and urge all other members of the House to support it, to open up the northern region particularly, to really serve as the food baskets of the country. With a few words, Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
I put a question. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Resolution. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that resolution number 56 in pages 46 and 47 of today's order paper be adopted by this honorable House. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Right now, Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Resolution duly adopted. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, item 57.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I best move that procedural motion listed at item 57 on page 47 be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Right Honorable Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Substantive, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move that motion listed at item 58 of today's order paper be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I beg to move to present your committee's report. And in presenting the report, I ask the answer department to pick the entire report. Whilst I read the highlights of the report. Mr. Speaker, the objects of the supplementary agreement are for Parliament to consider the amendment made to the 10 EPC connected to the $2 billion Master Project Support Agreement, MPSA, signed between the Republic of Ghana and Sano Hydro Corporation Limited for the construction of Priority Infrastructure Project Phase 1 on 8/2018. It involves supplementary agreement to the 10 EPC contract signed on 12 March 2019 between the Ministry of Roads and Highways and Sano Hydro, and supplementary agreement to the 10 EPC contract signed on 23 March 2020 between the Ministry of Roads and Highways and Sano Hydro Corporation. Mr. Speaker, the amendment, the committee was briefed on amendment made to the EPC contract as outlined. Subclause 2(1), right of access to the site. Subclause 14(3), application for interim payments. And payment of retention money, that is subclause 14(19). Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee dutifully considered the supplementary agreement to the engineering, procurement, and construction, that is EPC contract agreement between the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and Sano Hydro Corporation Limited, in respect of 10 Phase 1 projects, and scrutinized the amendment to the agreement between the Republic of Ghana and Sano Hydro Corporation Limited on supplementary agreement to the 10 EPCs contract signed on 1st September 2018 between the Ministry of Roads and Highways and Sano Hydro Limited, Corporation Limited. It's properly submitted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the chairman and to make these few comments. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this came to this House and was approved. Mr. Speaker, sadly, many of the things we sought to comment on and were mostly rebuked because some people thought we were not being fair, have come back to this House. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague Honorable Jinako said earlier, the performance of this particular developer leaves much to be desired. Mr. Speaker, this contractor took this project 1.5 years thereabout ago, and out of a possible $671 million project, could only work up to $28 million. Mr. Speaker, under normal circumstances, this contractor should be sacked. He's not got the capability to do this work because he's woefully performed. Because out of the 10 lots, he just scratched the surface of 4. And he's coming to this House to tell us that because these clauses were not part of it. No, this couldn't be the reason that Sano Hydro didn't perform. I would encourage government, do not leave the fate of Ghana's roads on Sano Hydro. They haven't got the capacity today. They may never have the capacity tomorrow to deliver $670 million worth of roads. Let's look elsewhere, because what they are basically trying to do is to push us to make this a loan, a proper loan. It's nothing to do with proceeds of bauxite any longer. They want us to change the clause to the extent that eventually we may have to find money and pay them, though they are not even able to perform. Mr. Speaker, significantly, what they want us to do is this. When they signed the agreement, they took on the responsibility to buy the right of way and then construct the road. Now, they say the insurance company says that that should be the responsibility of government. I am surprised government actually accepted this. If I was government, I would just say that we signed a contract, carry your trouble, do the work according to what you've taken. The government have accepted that in many EPC contracts, yes, government buys the right of way or buy the land for them. But once you saw the contract and you didn't see anything wrong with it, carry it. But government say we should give them. We are giving them. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the normal percentage we hold back in terms of retention normally should be about 5%. You can do 10%, but to be fair to contractors, 5%. But even the 5%, Mr. Speaker, you can bring a guarantee and collect your 5% anytime they take your money. So I don't know why government will decide to reduce that to 3%. Because in any case, you are not going to hold the money. Or a guarantee, you give them the money. So why government went out of its way to reduce 5% to 3%, I still don't get it. Mr. Speaker, I think we are giving so much favor to Sino Hydro and we are not getting anything really in return. And I want the minister to pay attention to this. These are significant roads that, when completed, would help a great deal. However, this developer cannot be the one upon which we should rest our opportunity to develop the roads in this country. Mr. Speaker, whilst I agree to this amendment, I encourage the minister, look elsewhere to find possible ways of building these roads so that the people who are supposed to benefit are not left disappointed after 2 years. Don't forget, we've done 1.5 years. Mr. Speaker, I recommend to colleagues to support this, but for the minister to take note of the comment. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes.
Speaker, I rise to definitely speak in support of the motion. Speaker, growing up as a young man, a young student leader, this is the most innovative facility I have witnessed, and I stand for correction. If anybody has a stronger argument, the person should make it. Speaker, this is a facility that is first of its kind, very innovative, and the fact that the resource deposit in our country will not be shipped airlifted in its raw form to our development partners, but we are adding value and eventually also benefiting as a country. I think we need to applaud the government largely for such innovation. Speaker, one can make the argument about the clauses that are being brought to the House now. The fact that, okay, we should have thought about this as one of the fundamentals to the contract, but it is better late than never. And you also need to applaud the government to have thought about it at this time and realizing the significance and the relevance of it, bringing it and respecting this House to ensure that we get this thing added to the agreement so that eventually we can all go over this delay and due delay, and then the contractor can go to site and work can start. This is something that as a country we need to be proud of, and it's a model that needs to be supported and replicated in our country. So, Speaker, not to bore my colleagues with words, I think this is innovative. I commend my own uncle, the minister, and the government for such innovation, and we need more of this as a country. I support it fully, and I urge other members of the House to support this fully. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a vast difference between amount that has been paid on a project and the physical work that has been completed. So nobody can say that this is the amount that has been paid on a project, and therefore you use it as a yardstick to determine the capability of a contractor. it is very possible that the physical work that has been completed by the contractor is not more than the amount that has been indicated has been paid in this contract. So that shouldn't be the basis for judging the contractor's inability to perform. Secondly, there's nowhere in the contract that it was stated that it is the responsibility of the contractor to acquire, to give access to sites. No. In the general conditions of contract, 2.1 plus 2.1, 2.1, and even in the particular conditions of contract, it's indicated that it is the responsibility of the employer to the contractor and also give him possession of site. So there's nowhere that the contractor has faulted in this regard in taking access to the site. Mr. Speaker, even what has been added here is that it should be the responsibility of the employer in case there is a need, as indicated in the 2.1. It's better I read it. Mr. Speaker, I think I beg you, I want to read. He said, the employer shall be responsible for land acquisition if acquired and facilitates the process for payment of compensation to eligible contractor. Mr. Speaker, acquisition of land can slow down progress. So if it is a responsibility of the employer to give access to the contractor to go to site, what prevents the employer from taking responsibility to acquiring the land? So it is here, neither here nor there. Mr. Speaker, yes, worldwide, limit of retention is 5% of work done. But why is it that the employer has to keep the contractor's money from the work that has been done until the work is completed? In modern contracts, even there is no more, the employer does not hold the contractor's money anymore. The contractor needs money to work. So why of the limit? If the employer has agreed that the limit of retention it is reduced from 5% to 3%, it is only going to improve the cash flow of the contractor so that the contractor gets more money to work with. So there is nothing wrong reducing it. So, Mr. Speaker, these amendments that have been made are very useful and they are going to help the contractor get enough money to do the work. And that is why in the same clause, he said that the contractor can submit bank guarantee, which is an unconditional bank guarantee. In case there is any default, the employer just goes to the bank and then gets the money, that 3% of the EPC contract price. So, Mr. Speaker, the reduction from 5% to 3% is a very good thing that will improve the cash flow of the contractor so that the contractor moves on and do work for the nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the few explanations.
At the end of the debate, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Those for the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution numbered 59 in today's order paper, pages 48 and 49, be adopted by this Honorable House. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Right now, Speaker, second motion.
All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Yes. No majority there. The first Deputy Speaker will take the chair. First Deputy Speaker. Iban.
The Speaker, if we can take a 1 hour suspension and come back. 1 hour suspension of sitting.
Mr. Bank wants maybe 100,000. Honorable Muntaka, I hope you have no difficulty. Honorable Muntaka, you have no difficulty with our suspending sitting for an hour.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the leader is assuring 1 hour, and I'm saying that 1 hour we must just come because we can't keep long today. Because I was hoping that we could continue, so maybe latest by 5 we could leave here. So if we can be guaranteed that the 1 hour will come back, then there will be no problem. So, Mr. Speaker, 3:15 we are in here. It's 2:15. 3:15 we are here, so that we can hope that by 5:30 we can leave here.
Very well, let's keep to a time 1 hour and then we come back. Honorable members, sitting will be suspended for an hour and let's be mindful of the time. Thank you very much.
Honorable Majority, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we may take item number 74. That is on page 55.
Very well. Motion by the Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move motion number 74 on today's 55. Notwithstanding the provisions of the Standing Order 81, which requires that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date of which the notice of the motion is on which the motion is moved. The motion for the second reading of the University of Media, Arts and Communication Bill 2020 may be moved today.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. Sorry, I support the motion. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I present the report of the committee.
I think this is a procedural motion, so let's deal with it first.
Yes, sorry.
All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item number 75. Honorable Minister for Education.
Rise to move the motion number 75 on today's order paper, page 55, that the University of Media, Arts and Communication Bill 2020 be now read a second time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. And doing so, I present the report of your committee. Speaker, I read only some portions of the report and request the Hazard Department to capture all the report as having been read. Speaker, the committee, in line with Article 106(13) of the 1993 Constitution, determined that the bill is of an urgent nature. Accordingly, the committee recommends that the bill should be taken through all the stages of passage in one day, in accordance with Order 119 of the Standing Orders of the House. Look at the program. As part of measures to expand access to higher education in the fields of media, arts and communication, government has considered it appropriate and necessary to consolidate and transform the three existing institutions, that is, the Ghana Institute of Journalism, the National Film and Television Institute.
Chairman, can they go to the conclusion for us? We don't have copies of the report.
Thank you. The Speaker, conclusion. The committee, having carefully considered the bill, acknowledges that the establishment of the University of Media, Arts and Communication is in line with government's policy of expanding access to tertiary education across all fields of study. The university will concomitantly to the training of students in the media, arts and communication disciplines. This, coupled with research that the university will conduct into its domain of studies, will enable Ghana both the requisite human capital and apply scientific approaches for the transformation of the media, arts and communication industries into a more professional-driven and profitable venture. In the light of the above, the Committee on Education recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the University of Media, Arts and Communication Bill 2020 into law. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, all in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to establish an arts and communication and to provide for related matters.
The University of Media, Arts and Communication Bill 2020 is now read the second time. 76.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move motion number 76 on today's order paper, page 55. That notwithstanding the provisions of Study Order 1281, which requires that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage, which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the Arts and Communication Bill 2020 may be taken today, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The procedural motion has been adopted. Now, item 77. University of Media, Arts and Consideration Bill 2020 at the consideration stage. Clause 1.
Establishment of the university.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 1, subclause 2, line 3, after into, delete any and insert a, and insert a. So, Mr. Speaker, the rendition becomes, for the performance of the functions of the university may acquire and hold property, dispose of property, and enter into a contract or any other related transaction.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 1 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Aims of the university.
So advertise amendment to clause 2. All in favor of clause 2 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Structure of the university.
Amendment proposed.
Mr. Speaker, clause 3, amendment proposed, subclause 6, line 2, delete office and insert the institute board. Mr. Speaker, it will now read, an institute board is answerable to the council in the performance of the functions of the institute board.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. And say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. On clause 3 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Campuses of the university.
Amendment proposed.
Mr. Speaker, clause 4, opening phrase, after include, add the campus of, so that it reads, the campuses of the university include the campus of A, the Ghana Institute of Languages, B, C, and so on.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 4 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Award of degrees.
So advertise amendment to clause 5. All in favor of clause 5 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
The University Council.
Mr. Speaker, clause 6, subclause 1, paragraph C, delete and insert the following. One representative of the academic staff nominated by the teacher associations of academic staff.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item V.
Surplus, clause 6, surplus 1, paragraph E. Delete and insert the following as advertised on page 56.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VI.
The Speaker, surplus 1, paragraph G. Delete and insert the following. One representative of the junior and senior staff nominated by the junior and senior staff.
Honorable Minister, is that the intention that both junior and senior will nominate one representative?
Yes, the junior staff, the junior and senior staff. We have senior members, non-academic, and senior members academic. That's the treaty. They are there, and then the junior staff and senior staff. Actually, Mr. Speaker, they are represented by KEU, because we don't want to put the union's name there. That is why.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 6 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Functions of the Council.
8.
General powers of the Council.
Clause 9.
Tenure of office of members of the Council.
Clause 10.
Meetings of the Council.
Clause 11. Oh, sorry. Out of clause 10, yes. All in favor of clauses 7, 8, 9, and 10 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 7, 8, 9, 10 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Disclosure of interest.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 11. I will humbly ask that the new rendition for this particular surplus be adopted. We have said it several times here since yesterday, or else I'll have to amend all the listening. There's a new rendition for that, a new template that can be. So I'll
Chairman, I don't understand you. With new rendition of what?
On disclosure of interest, surplus 3. It's been the same, it's in all bills. So the new template adopted should be used here. Yes, so the Speaker should direct that.
So you are abandoning the advertised amendment. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm abandoning the amendment and asking that, requesting you to ask the table office to adopt the new rendition for that.
Very well. So I'll put a question on clause 11 and then I'll give the order. All in favor of clause 11 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. I direct the draft persons to redraft clause 11 in line with the template adopted by this House for making laws. Clause 12.
Of committees.
Look at clause 12. Surplus 1, paragraph A, line 1, delete standing or ad hoc. So that it reads, may establish committees made up of members or non-members of the council or both.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item IX.
The Speaker, clause 12, surplus 1, add the following new paragraph. A committee of the board made up of members and non-members of the board shall be chaired by a member of the board.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 12 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Allowances.
14.
Principal officers of the university.
15.
Chancellor of the university.
16.
Vacancy in the office of the Chancellor. Chancellor of the university.
18.
Pro Vice Chancellor of the university.
19.
Academic Board.
20.
Composition of the Academic Board.
21.
Functions of the Academic Board.
All in favor of the clauses aforementioned being a part of the bills. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 13 to 21 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Composition of the Academic Board.
Yes,
clause 22. Subclause 1, line 2. Delete standing or ad hoc. So it reads, the Academic Board may, for the purpose of carrying out functions under this Act, establish committees as may be determined by the statutes of the university.
all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 22 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 22 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
The Registrar.
24.
Director of Finance.
25.
Appointments of other staff.
26.
Internal organization of the university.
27.
Funds of the university.
28.
Borrowing powers.
29.
Internal audit unit.
30.
Accounts and audit.
31.
Annual reports and other reports.
32.
Exemption from taxes, duties and other charges.
33.
Statutes of the university.
34.
Convocation.
35.
Matriculation.
36.
Congregation.
37.
Student governance.
38.
Intellectual property.
39.
Anti-discrimination.
40.
Dispute settlement.
41.
Interpretation.
42.
Repeals and savings.
43.
Transitional provisions.
All in favor of clauses 23 to 43 being a part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 23 through to 43 are ordered to stand part of the bill. The schedule.
The official oath.
Amendment proposed.
The Speaker is the schedule. Head note, Part A. Read that as follows. Official oath. So before the Part A, we are putting the official oath.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XII.
Head note, Part B. Delete and insert the following. Oath of secrecy. Oath of secrecy. Instead of the oath of secrecy.
Could have just deleted there. Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the schedule. The schedule shall form part of the bill. The schedule as amended shall form part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The schedule as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to establish a University of Media, Arts and Communication and to provide for related matters.
In favor of the schedule. All in favor of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the University of Media, Arts and Communication. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there is an observation here. The 40 is on dispute settlement. And then it begins. The university shall have an appeals board. The appeals board shall consist of a similar thing. We should provide for the settlement of dispute first. Then beyond that, we move to the appeals board. So that has not been provided for. We have to do some engineering there to establish the dispute settlement process. And if people are not satisfied, then they move on to appeals. That's how it's done.
Yes, Honorable Minister, where's your High Court before you go to the Court of Appeal? Which clause, please?
The Speaker, I guess we can resolve it because we've handled this before. When the bill did not provide for it, and then we made a provision for that. So that should precede 40, so that 40 will become 41, and consequently the rest will follow. So may I appeal to the table officers to refer themselves to that portion and then insert it here appropriately to precede 40.
Very well. I've already put the question on 40, so I'll direct the draft persons to redraft and rearrange the entire dispute settlement arrangement in line with the template already adopted by the House. That brings us to the end of consideration of the University of Media, Arts and Communication Bill 2020. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion number 78. I beg to move that procedural motion 78, number 78 on today's order paper, page 56. 78. That notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order 1311, which requires that the bill has passed through the conciliatory stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the University of Media, Arts and Communication Bill 2020 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
I gave you the floor for direction, but you ceded to the minister. So I want.
Speaker, I believe, subject to the re-engineering that we want to do, with respect to making a provision for the settlement of disputes, we can take it.
I wanted that on record, that the leader of government business approved for that to be done. Yes. Now, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item number 79.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move motion number 79 in today's order that the University of Media Arts and Communication Bill 2020 be now read the third time. I so move.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion
An act to establish the University of Media, Arts and Communication, and to provide for related matters.
The University of Media, Arts and Communication Bill 2020 is now read the third time and passed.
What everybody the Speaker. The Speaker, can we take item number 2 on the other paper then?
Very well. Item number 2 by the Majority Leader.
I beg to move that this Honourable House rescinds its decision taken on the 27th of March 2020 in respect of the approval of the Commercial Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and KFW IPEX Bank, GmbH as agent, arranger, and original lender, an amount of 72 million euros for the construction of the Bolga Boku Polymakum Road Phase 1. Speaker, so move.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion for rescission has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Yes, Leader, what next?
Speaker, 48. Item 48.
On which one?
Main order paper.
Very well. Motion. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I'm moving the motions listed as 48 and 51 together. The report is...
I thought you said you're moving 42.
48, page 42, item 48 on page 42.
Oh, all right.
And 48 will be moved together with 51. The procedural motions 48 and 51.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the procedural motions listed as items 48 and 51 on the order paper be taken now. I so move.
Yes.
Speaker, motion seconded.
Honourable members, the motion to adopt the procedural motion have been moved and seconded. The motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion be carried. Yes, Chairman.
The substantive motions will be 49 and 52. And I beg to move that the substantive motions listed as items 49 and 52 on the order paper be taken now. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I have this report, which is on the two facility agreements to finance the construction of tranche 1 of the Bogatanga Boku Polimakum Road project. Mr. Speaker, once again, the motion for of rescission moved by the majority leader was because KFW, IPEX, Bank, GmbH could not close the financing, and so now we've got a different financier, Standard Chartered Bank, and the committee recommends this be approved by the House. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Any contributions? All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Resolutions numbered 50 and 53 in today's order paper. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the resolutions listed as items 50 and 53 be now adopted. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favour of the House adopting the resolutions, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted resolutions numbered 50 and 53 on today's order paper. Yes, Honourable Majority.
Mr. Speaker, item 68. 68.
Item 68. Motion by the Minister for Finance. Honourable Deputy Minister, I'm going to move it, please do.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the resolution item 68 be now taken. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I second same.
Honourable Majority Leader. The motion has been moved and seconded, but I see you on your feet. That's fine. Very well. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Is carried. Item number 69.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the Securities Industry Amendment Bill 2020 be now read a second time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I associate myself with the motion and present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, there is an amendment to the Securities Industry Act. It has 4 amendments that have been proposed. The court carefully considered the amendment and is of the view that the bill will go a long way to sanitize the securities industry and help attract foreign direct investment to the country, and therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report and pass the Securities Industry Amendment Bill 2020 in accordance with the Constitution. Submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise also to support this motion. The whole essence of this amendment is to permit the regulatory authority in Ghana for the securities industries to be able to assist foreign regulatory authorities in investigations. The earlier law did not make sense. This is to meet that requirement. It also makes room for a situation where in requesting for information from the central bank, you don't have to go to court to obtain an order. Now there is this understanding between the regulatory authority and the central bank, which is the primary custodian of banking information, to release information to the regulators of the securities industry so they can perform their functions. So it facilitates the collection of information and also the sharing of information. Mr. Speaker, that's the whole import of the amendment. I'd like to support it. Thank you very much.
This time we are discussing the principles, right? Yes. Honourable Deputy Minister, I'm trying to get a copy of the existing law. I want to understand what you mean in item VI clause 4. The Commission shall treat the admission of an offence under this act or regulation as a conviction of the same offence. What do you intend to achieve by that?
The Commission has the option of prosecuting offenders, but if you on your own admit to an offence, to committing an offence, then it shall be treated as a conviction, and then the penalties thereof would apply.
The penalties will be administered by who?
These are administrative.
When a crime has been committed, you want to amend the law to treat them as administrative?
These are not...
These are offenses. That's why people are angry. We have lost huge sums of money. Nobody is being prosecuted. And then you're amending the law to come and say that those criminals be treated as administrative.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you would have to look at the act, what pertains in there.
I want to see the act. I want to see what we want to achieve by this amendment. Because what is it? The Commission shall treat the admission of an offence under the Act. An offence under the Act is a crime. It goes to the criminal court or a regulation as a conviction of the same offence. And then what? Then you send him to prison, or the regulator or the Commission will have the power to sentence the person?
These are when administrative penalties would apply.
Very well. I think this much again. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this brings the fall. The rush. Mr. Speaker, we cannot take this bill. We can't. If you want, go and bring your members. You don't have even quorum, and you want to just rush out an important thing. Please, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to say, this is a new thing that is being introduced with speed. It's not even been properly scrutinized by the committee. It was late. It was late yesterday. So, Mr. Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, the amendment they are seeking are so fundamental that we cannot sit with half a chamber or empty chamber that we are going to do this. We can't. Where are your members? You have 168. Where are your members? You need only 139 to be able to do that. Where are they? Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to say, Order 48. We don't have the courage to come for that business. And therefore, I want to draw your attention because you are just provoking us.
Honorable Chief Whip, I would rather those of us here, even if we can't take a decision, discuss this bill and the implications with all the information and the experiences we have, rather than say defer it. I'll discuss it. If we can't, even if we can't take a decision, we'll discuss it. That's my view. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, in view of the matter that the honourable member has raised, I respectfully suggest that we move to consider the PPP bill.
If you can't consider this, how can you consider?
The PPP has been around for a much longer period, Mr. Speaker, and from the ministry, the PPP is important in how we engage our budget sources for the 2021 budget. So I respectfully request, Mr. Speaker, that we take that one whilst we speak with our friends on the other side on the way forward for the SEC. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, well, I don't know. The business of the House is in the hands of you, but I think that the issues we have to raise are, whenever we take them, we must consider them.
There's a second reading. So, having presented a report, you can put the question on the second reading of the bill. Then that settles it. The consideration can be deferred to later, but we have to put a question on the second reading. What do you mean?
If he wants to put a question, he must have the number to take the decision. Other than that, we will have to raise the numbers. You can't take a decision to overcome the what we call the second consideration state with the number in the chamber. You can't. Just as the deputy minister said, if you are interested in picking the one that is non-controversial, maybe we could assist you once we ring the bell to get members in. No, I'm saying that once we ring the bell to get members in, I'm saying, or you don't understand English. I'm saying once we ring the bell to get members in, unless otherwise, if you want us to raise quorum, issue of quorum, and end the day. Yes. What is wrong, Constitution?
Mr. Speaker, the sponsor of the bill has taken a decision that we curtail this one and we move to the PPP. And PPP is at item number 80. The Deputy Minister of Finance, who is the sponsor of this bill, which we were to take through consideration, is saying we should curtail it. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, we can take item number 80 on page 58 of the original order paper.
Yes, Leader. Well, the argument made by the chairman is that this is application for the second reading. At this stage, we're only discussing the principles, and I think we can proceed with that. And then after that, when it comes to the consideration, we take our time to look at it. What is it that is being introduced? How will that cure the mischief or the defect in the existing law? Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader, I'm waiting on you.
Mr. Speaker, so we go to 80. Item 80.
So what happens to, with the fair consideration of,
I think the second reading that has raised some issues. So I honestly thought that we could have done the second reading without going through the consideration stage. But if some people think that we should stand it down, let's do the PPP.
very well, consideration of the Securities Industrial 2020 is stood down. Yes.
Rather, is it debate to continue or question to be put? You said consideration.
Yes. Consideration is a debate. We are considering the report.
So debate to continue.
Yes.
Very well.
Yes, Majority Leader, which one did you say we should do now?
Yes, Speaker, item number 80. 80.
80. Very well. Item number 80. The Public-Private Partnership Bill 2020 at the consideration stage. Yes, Chairman. Clause 1.
Objects of the Act.
Let's not advertise amendment to clause 1.
1.
All in favor of clause 1 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
58. He was asking me where it can be found, and I told him on page 58, the original order paper. But, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to suggest to the chairman of the committee, if we consider for us subclause 1, clause 1, subclause 2. For the purpose of subsection 1, the object shall encompass and A says, creation of an environment and framework to enable private parties to participate in partnership process and offer value for money. Speaker, if the chairman doesn't mind, perhaps we can borrow the language of the Constitution, which provides that it shall encompass the creation of an enabling environment and framework for a pronounced role of the private sector in the economy. That's the language of the Constitution. I don't know whether that. Do you know that you cannot ask any question which exists in the official publication? Do you know that?
Yes, Chairman. What's your view on the suggestion?
Mr. Speaker, I've asked that the majority that points me to the provision the Constitution referred to. So.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I was also telling him that as a member of Parliament, and a seasoned one as that, he cannot ask a question, the answer to which exists in an official publication. And the Constitution is an official publication. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, I draw his attention to Article 36, 2B. Article 36, 2B. That's the language there, and I don't know whether we can marry that construction with what obtains in 2A.
Yes, Chairman.
I would rather we leave it as it is here because Article 36 covers economic objectives in general, and the provision in the bill it's clear, Mr. Speaker, what you are driving, and so I would advise the. But to enable is so you are just because it says in creation of a to enable. You are saying bring the enabling here. I think the value is the same.
But in your 1B, yes, promote the use of private sector resources for the provision of infrastructure. You're talking about public infrastructure. Not if you build my own house, that's my private infrastructure. But you want to encourage the use of private resources to provide public infrastructure, public services, or public goods, so to speak. 1B.
If we read it to the end, it says and service through public-private partnership. That is entirely private. Then there's no PPP.
The infrastructure you're building, you're using PPP. That is the vehicle by which you're providing infrastructure. But that infrastructure is a public good. Whether you're providing road infrastructure or infrastructure for electricity, or it's a public good. It's not for the private use of.
it is a public good, but to some extent, it might not be for the public. It takes time. Some of these, based on the partnership arrangements, build, own, operate, transfer. So, at the start, it might not necessarily be it's a public good.
The difference, you're confusing ownership and use. Ownership is not public ownership, but it's for the service of the public. So you're providing infrastructure which the public needs or requires, but which the state cannot fund. So it's joining hands with the private sector to provide that. Anyway, that's your bill. Yes, leader.
It's self-explanatory that government's duty is to provide infrastructure, public infrastructure. Government is not in a position to do so alone. We are contracting the services of private enterprise to join ranks to deliver public good and services and infrastructure. So, to promote the use of private resources for the provision of public infrastructure and services. Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that the chairman must lend up to this amendment. It's 11B. 11B.
Yes, let me listen to Boko Central.
Mr. Speaker, we're trying to understand exactly what amendment he is preferring, but 1B says promote the use of private sector resources for the provision of infrastructure and services through public-private partnerships. And what is the issue there, Mr. Speaker?
You don't appear to...
Mr. Speaker, but infrastructure, we don't need to qualify the infrastructure by whether it is public or private. Because the essence is the partnership to provide infrastructure or public services, which is public goods or public goods. Infrastructure for all to use. All those who need infrastructure.
Not necessarily.
Yes, the public can include.
This is not a filling station.
No, but provision of.
Our members across table. Yes, let me hear you.
Speaker, I don't think we need to qualify the infrastructure. The whole thing is that it's assumed that government is responsible for public goods. So I don't think we need to qualify it.
Very well. All in favor of clause 1 being a part of the bill, say yes.
So I just wanted to remind the majority leader. You and I from Kumasi, remember Kwabiri West, when the district, during President before, it was on top of a filling station. Below, where they were selling other things, and it was a filling station. On top was the district assembly. The district assembly place was provided by a private person, but that structure, as of then, part of it was used for private, part of it for public. No, you are saying you should qualify the infrastructure. You are saying you should qualify the infrastructure, because the infrastructure, it is meant for provision of goods and services. You don't need to qualify it.
We get into it to provide private services. Anyway, let me put the question. Clause 1 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Application.
Mr. Speaker, clause 2. proposed in surplus 1, paragraph D, line 3 is to delete justice institutions, and same amendment is in surplus 2, paragraph F, line 2.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now 2, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Compliance.
Clause 4.
Safeguards.
Clause 5.
Risk allocation.
Clause 6.
Affordability and sustainability.
Clause 7.
Fairness and transparency.
Clause 8.
Stakeholder consultation by contracting authority.
Clause 9.
Application of procurement procedures.
Clause 10.
Local content and technology transfer.
Clause 11.
Value for money.
Clause 12.
Parliament.
Clause 13.
Cabinet.
Clause 14.
Sector ministries.
Clause 15.
Office of the Regional Coordinating Council.
Clause 16.
General Assembly of District Assembly.
Clause 17.
Controller and Accountant General's Department.
18.
Audit Service.
19.
Public-Private Partnership Committee.
20.
Functions of the Public-Private Partnership Committee.
Now, all in favor of clauses 3 to 20 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 to 20 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Composition of the Public-Private Partnership Committee.
Yes, Chairman, amendment proposed.
Mr. Speaker,
21.
21, the amendment proposed was to delete in surplus 1 paragraph D, and then delete again paragraph M. And now we want to abandon those two amendments. That's what I want to explain to you. The chief director of the ministry was made a member of the committee, and the argument was that he cannot sit on a committee when the Minister of Finance himself is also on the committee. Mr. Speaker, the agency heads, for instance, the Chief Executive Officer of the Public Procurement Authority is under the Chief Director, but he is on the committee. So if the Chief Executive Officer of the PPA is a member of the committee, then the Chief Director cannot be secretary to the committee. Yeah. The PPA, Chief Executive, the PPA is an agency of the Ministry of Finance. The CEO there reports to the Chief Director. The Chief Director is bigger than him. Yeah. It's bigger than him. So the Chief Director cannot serve as secretary. Which law? An agency of the ministry, and then you want the Chief Director to be the secretary to the committee, agency head. So we've had some back and forth. We want to drop this and maintain the Chief Director as a member of this people. That's what I was calling you. I knew you were going to post that.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Monitoring and Evaluation.
Mr. Speaker, the Public-Private Partnership Committee is created. Then there's also a technical committee that is created. The Chief Director, who is the advisor to the Minister, has the same voting rights as the Minister on the Public-Private Partnership Committee. I don't think it's proper to give the Chief Director that situation where he's confronted with that reality of having the same voting power as the person he advises. In fact, he's supposed to advise the minister which way to vote, not to have equal power as the minister. So he cannot be on the committee and have a voting power. He can serve as secretary, but without voting power. But this committee is the final arbiter on public-private partnership committee, and we are trying to give the chief. We are trying to give the chief director the same final decision-making authority as his boss. It's not if you want to keep him as secretary, I don't have a problem. But he should not have the voting power. That's the issue. What's that?
Well, West, you haven't spoken, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I think the issue was debated during the committee's meeting. And what the chairman is saying, and the Minister for Monitoring and Information have said, the point was that this committee is the final committee that takes decisions. So the most appropriate thing to do is for the chief director either to serve as secretary to the committee, because whether he had advised earlier on or not, it is this committee that takes the final decision. So he can only be secretary to the committee, and the boss will be their chairman and has a vote. And it is not expected that the chief director will also have a vote. No, he can only be a member secretary if you wanted to do and advise another person. But this one is a final decision. I agree with what he's saying, that he can only be secretary because earlier on there are other committees that he has a role and he holds there and be challenging his boss here. That is what I think we should consider.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the point that my colleagues make in respect of the chief director and the minister sitting on the same committee with the same voting rights, on the face of it, appears legitimate. But why then do we not extend it to the chief executive of PPA that reports to the Minister for Finance, sitting on the same committee with the minister and having the same voting right as the minister, and we are comfortable with it? The point is this, that PPA is an agency of itself, with its own board. It reports to the, if you look at their law, their board,
Governing board.
Is that, Mr. Speaker? Point of order. Point of order. Mr. Speaker, that's incorrect. He should withdraw it. Nobody has said that they are comfortable. He shouldn't make that statement. He should withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw, and I'm happy that our colleagues are uncomfortable with that. You know, if that's what I take from Honorable Akoto say, what it means is that that is also uncomfortable. Then we probably are removing not just the chief director, but all those agency heads that also report to the chief director. Mr. Speaker, what I sincerely believe is this, that in practice, the way this PPP committee as a matter of policy has been working in the ministry is for the chief director to be there as the head of the bureaucracy on which the minister works. And that is why in framing the law, we said that the PID director would be the secretary that would do the secretarial and the records keeping and all that. But the chief director is there to provide the kind of value that you would want the PPA chief executive, for instance, to provide. But the PPA chief executive should have understanding of procurement matters and is required, even though he reports to the Minister for Finance and I sit in the ministry, they come to the various policy issues. So in practice, they take a lot of policy directives from the Minister for Finance. If after that meeting, they can sit on the committee and vote as the minister, then I do not see why the chief director that has such an overview of all the agencies and tasks that the Minister of Finance work cannot sit on the committee and provide similar advice. It's not so, we should not think so much about, and I end on this, Mr. Speaker, we should not think so much about the voting rights.
let's see what value the presence of these persons bring to the work of the committee, which is why you're having all these agencies that ordinarily should be below the Minister for Finance working with the Minister. If we extend that thinking to the Chief Director, we'll realize that it is okay for the Chief Director to be there. Mr. Speaker, these are my respectful thoughts.
This is why I think the sponsors...
Honorable Minister for Monetary Evaluation, I'll give somebody else if there is. Before. Yes, Boko Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think there is a sense in which there's a concern or fear that one can have a chief director that can undermine or in any way derogate the authority of a minister. But if you look at the functions of the committee and the role that the chief director plays, I do not see why we should be overly concerned about the relationship between the minister and the chief director. On the contrary, what I see is that the finance ministry is rather giving undue advantage in the composition of the committee. Because whereas almost every agency has one representation, the finance ministry ends up having 2 votes on the committee. And that is rather an advantage to the finance ministry. Because you have the, and then you have the chief director's vote. And we assume that there will be a good working relationship between.
Yes. If hold on. The statement he made is a mistake. The Minister of Trade is there. The head of GIPC is there. So he said that finance has 2 and everybody else has 1. It's not correct. GIPC reports to the Minister of Trade. Yes. He works at the Office of the President. But the ministry has 3. Procurement, Chief Director, and the Minister. 3, not 2.
Yes.
Well, the last time I looked at the law, it says the GIPC is under the office of the President. Under the office of the President. It is not the Minister for Trade. If the President designates that the Trade Ministry for the time being should oversee the GIPC, it doesn't mean that by law GIPC is under the Minister of Trade. So the argument about the GIPC doesn't arise here. So I rather think that the finance ministry gets an advantage in having 2. And you've been at the finance ministry before, and you know how busy ministers can get, and you know that to all intents and purposes the work ends up falling on the shoulders of the chief director. And so I really don't understand why you are so opposed to the chief director being given a vote. I think we should allow it. The chief director is a more permanent person at the ministry, unlike the minister who may come and go depending on the president's preference and etc. So I really don't see why you are so opposed to the chief director having a vote. If it is the policy direction from cabinet, that the chief director should not be given a vote, you can let us know. But because I know this was approved at cabinet and the chief finance minister was at cabinet, and presumably he supports this idea. And so if the finance minister has a problem, I'm willing to entertain that. But otherwise, I'm willing to go with the cabinet policy direction, which is that the chief director should have a vote as a member of the committee.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, he's trying to bait me into answering whether it's a cabinet policy directive. I will not go there. We swear an oath in cabinet about that the ministry will make decisions. So, Speaker, he should avert his mind to clause 29. Yes. It's a technical committee that advises the public-private partnership committee chaired by the chief director. Technical committee. all their decisions must be forwarded to this bigger body. So there, I don't have a difficulty with the chief director serving his role. The issue I have is that having equality of voting with its minister. It is not done anywhere. I don't want to put the chief director in a situation where he's forced to openly decide. They don't have equality in votes. That's why I said I don't have a difficulty if he's a member secretary. But having technically advised the minister as the chairman of the fiscal committee, then he goes to say, I bring my decision and I'm voting with you. Don't put him in that situation. He's supposed to be the main advisor to the minister. He has several ways of telling the information to the minister, but not to go and say that, look, you vote here, I vote here. Then what kind of advice is he giving to the minister? So that's my difficulty. So I think we should be careful. You are not on the technical committee and chairing. It's okay. Member secretary, he'll give the advice, but don't put him in a situation where you are forcing him to confront his minister.
Yes, well.
The deputy minister raised the issue of the role the chief director can play in terms of giving advice or whatever. If you are a member, if you are a secretary to the committee, it doesn't say that you can't speak at that committee meeting. No, you will take part in a discussion. We are talking about vote. And as the Minister for Monitoring and Evaluation has indicated, the man already chairs the technical committee. And this technical committee is the one sending its recommendation to this final committee, saying that he should just be a secretary to the committee. He should not go there and say, so I think that he should also allow us to go without the man challenging his boss if there was any occasion to do so.
Yes, Chairman.
That being the case, then I'll move the amendments as captured on the order.
Very well. So all in favor of the amendments contained in item II?
Mr. Speaker, so the amendments were as follows. Well, to delete first paragraph D, the chief director from the list, and then to M, to delete the director of public investments and assets division. So those two go. And now to sort of...
We will delete them before we come to the other ones.
Okay.
All in favor of the deletion of
D and M.
I. All against say no.
Yes.
The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item V.
The Speaker, in Roman 5, clause 21, the amendment proposed is to add the following new sub-clause after sub-clause 1, that the chief director is the secretary to the Public-Private Partnership Committee. This will be a sub-clause, so that...
Yes. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VI. Yes, Chairman.
Speaker, in Romans 6, clause 21, the amendment proposes that in sub-clause 3, line 3, before committee, insert public-private partnership. Mr. Speaker, this is for the avoidance of doubt.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Bogo Central.
I'm trying to get your attention. So, Speaker, your eye. So, Speaker, the reason why we change the role of the chief director, the main argument being that he is on the technical committee and the chair of the technical committee. But then also on the PPP committee, you also have the director of the budget office. You have the director of the budget office. And on the technical committee also, the technical committee also, PPP. You have different bills that you have brought here. You have different bills you have brought here. 13th October. 13th October. This is what I have, 13th October. Pardon? 14th December. So this is no longer applicable. Oh, so it was removed in the subsequent bill. Okay.
Very well. Clause 21 as amended. Shall start? Yes, Leila.
Mr. Speaker, would the chairman consider a little amendment to the 21(3), the opening phrase, in respect of the executive committee of a local government authority shall be considered to be the public-private partnership committee. Mr. Speaker, I think the opening phrase is not necessary. Can just begin, the executive committee of a local government authority shall be considered to be the public-private partnership committee. As simple as that.
Chairman, yes.
He wants this to be reworded.
No, instead of shall consider to be the committee, he wants the committee to be named the PPP committee.
Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, we effected a similar amendment. The amendment has been effected. Look at sub-clause 3. Leader, sub-clause 3, the amendment. We said.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I was just saying that the opening phrase is not necessary. What is there? In respect of a local government authority, the executive committee of a local government authority shall be considered to be the public-private partnership committee. I'm saying that we can just begin with the executive committee of a local government authority shall be considered to be the public-private partnership committee.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 21 as variously amended. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be grateful if the chairman could look at B, the new addition to the sub clause. If he could qualify the chief director. 21, the following new amendment. If we could qualify which of the chief directors you are talking about. V, the chief director is the secretary to the public. So chief director, I note that the Speaker in 21(1)D, we are director of the ministry. So that if it's the same person I'm referring to, we'll qualify that.
Okay.
Yes.
Agreed.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 21 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 21 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Meetings of the Public-Private Partnership Committee.
Amendment proposed.
Mr. Speaker, the amendment proposed in sub-clause 4 is to make the quorum at a meeting 5 instead of 8. So, Mr. Speaker, earlier the composition of the committee was, I think, 13, and the quorum number was 8. Having taken out the chief director and the director of public investments and assets division, the number has come down. And now the chief director as even secretary, we've stepped it down to a new clause, so the chief director is not a member secretary. the secretary to the committee. So now the number has come down. We think the majority number should be 5.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 22 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Yes, leader. Very well. The ayes have it. Clause 22 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23. Clause 23.
Disclosure of interest.
24.
Allowances.
25.
Ministerial responsibility.
26.
Public-private partnership office.
27.
Functions of the office.
28.
Fiscal commitment technical committee.
There are no advertised amendments to these clauses. All in favor of these clauses being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 23 to 28 are ordered to stand part of the bill.
Composition of the Fiscal Commitment Technical Committee.
All in favor of clause? Yes, Chairman, sorry.
The Speaker, in clause 29, the amendment proposed in Roman 8 is that we delete paragraph F, the head of office. We delete it. The Speaker, again, similarly, as we did before, we want to step this down to a new clause.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item IX.
I think I moved it. That's the one.
You didn't move it. You just described it to me. Kindly move
Very well. Mr. Speaker, in Roman 9, clause 29, the amendment proposed is to add the following new sub-clause. The head of the office shall be the secretary to the Fiscal Commitment Technical Committee.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried.
The Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
The construction of it here means that it can only read as 29-2. But this is a standalone. It cannot be a new F. So it should be 29-2 and not a new F.
Well, I'm sure the draft persons will appropriately delineate it. All in favor of clause 29 as amended, being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 29 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. The draft persons are directed to properly delineate the subclauses. Clause 30.
Functions of the Commitment Technical Committee.
31.
Contracting Authority.
32.
Public Investment Unit.
33.
Functions of the Public Investment Unit.
34.
Stages of Public-Private Partnership Process.
35.
Transaction Advisor.
36.
Budget Concept Note and Pre-Feasibility Studies.
The majority backbench. Honorable Member for former Bantama. I hear your voice here so loudly. Honorable can come. Right. 36, please.
Budget Concept Note and Pre-Feasibility Studies.
37.
Feasibility Study.
38.
Public-Private Partnership Solicitation Process.
39.
For qualification.
40.
Qualification of private party.
41.
Pre-qualification proceedings.
42.
Pre-qualification bidders conference.
43.
Evaluation and decision of pre-qualification.
44.
Request for proposals.
45.
Margin of preference for domestic business.
46.
Response to bidders and bidders conference.
47.
Submission and opening of bids.
48.
Evaluation of bids.
49.
Negotiations.
50.
Cancellation of tender.
51.
Procurement of public-private partnership projects through Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund.
52.
Approval of partnership projects.
53.
Approval of partnership projects by local government authority.
54.
Solicited proposals.
All in favor of the aforementioned clauses being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 30 to 54 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 55.
Requirements for unsolicited proposals.
Amendment proposed.
Mr. Speaker, clause 55. The amendment proposed is in sub-clause 9, that we delete and insert what is captured at the bottom part of page 59 and also at the top of page 60.
Now, members, for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 55 as amended. So that to stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 55 as amended. Is ordered to stand part of the bill. 56.
Public-private partnership arrangements.
57.
Form of partnership agreement.
58.
Scope of partnership agreement.
59.
Contract execution.
60.
Contract management.
61.
Amendment to contract.
62.
Government law of public-private partnership agreement.
63.
Ownership of assets.
64.
Acquisition of rights related to project site.
65.
Easements.
66.
Payment of compensation.
7.
Complaints panel for bidding process.
68.
Complaints procedure for bidding process.
69.
Suspension of bidding process by complaints panel.
70.
Decision of complaints panel.
71.
Complaints on services.
72.
Disputes between a contracting authority and private party.
73.
Special purpose entity.
74.
Record keeping.
75.
Access to information.
76.
Request for information.
77.
Project development facility.
78.
Sources of money for the project development facility.
79.
Management and use of monies of project development facility.
80.
Viability gap facility.
81.
Sources of money gap facility.
82.
Management and use of monies of viability gap facility.
83.
Reports and plans of public authorities.
84.
Annual reports by Minister.
85.
Offences and penalties.
86.
Regulations.
87.
Guidelines.
Now, all in favor of clauses 56 to 87 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 56 to 87 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 88.
Interpretation.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, Roman 11, clause 88, the amendment proposed, interpretation of local content, paragraph B, line 2, delete kills, and insert skills. The printer's devil left out the S.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XII.
The next two amendments, essentially, if you look at the interpretation of local content, and that will be on page 54. On page 54, we want to begin with expertise development. Essentially, that's what we want to do in the amendments, the next two amendments. So, if you could direct the draft persons to rearrange, beginning with expertise development. We want to lay emphasis on that one.
Chairman, have you understood you? Local content includes
A, B, C, D, but we want A to be expertise development. So a rearrangement for it to start with expertise.
Okay, includes expertise development.
No, then you have a B and C, the end was, so a rearrangement.
Very well.
It matters.
I'll put a question and direct the draft persons to rearrange. All in favor of clause 88 as amended, being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the draft persons are directed to rearrange interpretation of local content to begin with expertise development. Now, clause 89.
Savings and transitional provisions.
All in favor of clause 89 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 89 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 90.
Consequential amendments.
Chairman.
So, Speaker, 90, delete and insert the new consequential amendment captured on page 60 of the order paper.
Members, for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 90, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 90, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. The schedule.
Thresholds for approval authorities.
Amendment proposed. Item XV. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, that would mean we have looked at all the schedules, because there's a first schedule, a second, a third. So
Your amendment is in the
it's on the fourth.
Yes, so after the amendment, I'll put a question on the schedule.
Okay, very well. So, Speaker, the amendment is proposed to delete the fourth.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the schedule, including first, second, third schedules, being a part of the bill, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. First, second, and third schedules are ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Leader.
The Speaker, on page 55, the interpretation, you have a national infrastructure plan.
I'm not hearing you.
National infrastructure plan. It means a plan which sets out the infrastructure objectives of the medium-term national development policy framework and serves as a basis for prioritizing infrastructure development for the achievement of national socio-economic development. Mr. Speaker, the language in the Constitution, in respect of Article 36(5), is the coordinated program of economic and social development. It's not what is here. And indeed, this should take a cue from the development plan, which we don't have. In the event, we may have to rely on the coordinated program of economic and social development policies. Mr. Speaker, that is how we should learn it. Not what is here, because this, what is being provided for here does not exist.
Either kindly propose your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, National Infrastructure Plan means a plan which sets out the infrastructure objectives of the coordinated program of economic and social development policies.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now that was in respect of clause 88. So I'll put the question of clause 88 again. The question is that clause 88, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 88 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to provide for the development, implementation and regulation of public-private partnership arrangements between contracting authorities and private parties for the provision of infrastructure and services, to establish institutional arrangements for the regulation of public-private partnerships, and to provide for related matters.
All in favour of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Public-Private Partnership Bill 2020. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if you can deal with item 81. 81.
Item 81. Motion. Minister for Finance. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 81 on the order paper be moved now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. I was suspecting the minority that we just came in. Second.
All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item 82.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the Public-Private Partnership Bill 2020 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion for the third reading of the Public-Private Partnership Bill 2020 has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the motion, aye. All against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the development, implementation and regulation of public-private partnerships arrangements between contracting authorities and private parties for the provision of infrastructure and services, to establish institutional arrangements for the regulation of public-private partnerships, and to provide for related matters.
The National Ambulance Service Bill 2020 is now read the third time and passed. Yes, Honorable Leader.
The Speaker, if you can deal with item 84.
Sorry, Leader, my attention has been, instead of announcing that the PPP bill is passed, I said National Ambulance. Is that true? Let me, for the record, there's the Public-Private Partnership Bill 2020, which is read the third time and duly passed. Item number, Leader, what item did you call?
84.
84. Very well. Item no, yes, Honorable Minister for Monitoring and Evaluation.
The leader sought permission for me to move on behalf of the Minister of Health.
Oh, very well. Item number 84. Yes, Honorable
Mr.
Minister.
Speaker, I'd like to move that the item numbered 84 on the other paper, page 73, be moved now. I so move.
Health, yeah. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I don't see the agency in how are we having to stand this order.
Let it go.
Oh, we come in January, we can do it. Yes, and I'm saying that there's no any agency to stand the orders down. If it's only left the third reading, on January 4th, we can do it. Where is the minister? The minister himself is also not here. Huh?
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister. It has been moved already. You seconded it.
That's been moved already. Oh, okay. I second item number 84.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 85.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Ambulance Service Bill 2020 be read. I so move.
Honorable Chief Whip,
Reluctantly second the motion.
Second
the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion for the third reading of the National Ambulance Bill has been read. The motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to establish the National Ambulance to provide for the effective administration and management of emergency care services and to provide for related matters.
The National Ambulance Service Bill 2020 is now read a third time and passed. Honorable Leader, I'm waiting on you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, some of these papers were presented to the House. I think it's become necessary for the committee chair to withdraw what was laid and represent the papers in this form and shape. So we would ask the chair of the committee to come under item number 1 on page 2 of the order paper agenda to do what is needful now. Yes.
The addendum, order paper addendum. Item number 1, presentation of papers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your leave, I want to withdraw the report which was laid yesterday. That report is being expanded. That report captures 37 of the lists. But the report that I'm coming to, the report that I'm coming to lay now is inclusive of the 37. So, with your leave, I would report and relay what is before the House. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Chifu.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we do not have an objection on this because the reports were made. The report is comprising of what yesterday and what became ready today. That's why you are doing this. So, Mr. Speaker, we have no objection.
Very well. Now you may proceed to withdraw and relay. The application to withdraw is granted. Leave. Now you may now lay the new report comprising all the other ones. Yes. This is the report comprising items Roman number 1 up to Roman number 41. Is that right? Very well. The reports are duly laid for distribution to members.
Reports of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the mining lease agreements between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and the following entities: I to LI.
The reports are duly laid for distribution to members. Yes, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the item number 3 is a procedural motion, which is captured on page 5, 6, 7, and 8. I beg to move that it should be taken out.
Yes, ranking member.
Thank you. I rise to second the motion.
All in favor of the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. item number 4. Is that right?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion number 4 on the page 8, 9, 10, and 11 of the addendum order paper be taken now. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I will present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, 51 money leases attached as Appendix A were laid in Parliament for ratification on the 6th of August 2020 and 22nd December 2020 by the Honorable Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Benito Usubio, and Honorable Minister for Parliamentary Affairs and Majority Leader, Mr. Usechi Mesabunsu, respectively. On behalf of Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Kwaku Asuma, Chairman, pursuant to Article 2681 of the Constitution and Section 5 of the Minerals and Mining Act 2006 Act 703. Mr. Speaker, I will move straight to observations, item 5.6. The committee noted that, contrary to the provisions of Article 268 of the Constitution, some of the mining companies had already commenced operations before securing parliamentary ratification of their lease agreement. The Deputy Minister considered the delays in the ratification created a gap in the implementation of the mining policies by the successive governments. However, following the Supreme Court ruling on the Republic versus the Accra ex-party Attorney General, Eastern Kubik Group Limited, interested party, Mr. Speaker, it was noted that 21 of the lease agreements currently before the House for consideration are part of what we term as the legacy mining leases, which are yet to be ratified by Parliament. The committee urges the Ministry to ensure that such constitutional breach do not reoccur. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker. The committee has thoroughly examined the provisions contained in the mining leases and is certified that the provisions therein meet the requirements for the grant of mineral rights under the relevant laws of Ghana, such as Minerals and Mining Act 2006 Act 707, Water Resources Commission Act 1996 Act 552, and Minerals and Mining Health, Safety and Technical Regulations of LI 2182. The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt this report and ratify the leases attached as Appendix A, pursuant to Article 2681 of the Constitution and Section 5(4) of the Minerals and Mining Act 2006 Act 703, respectively submitted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to urge members to support the motion, the report, and approve it. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, the committee discussed the issue of the environment, especially the companies that have started operation without ratification. And the committee urged that soon they will pay field visit to these mining companies to ensure that they follow the laid down regulation in respect to the environment. In respect of local content, the committee was concerned in respect not the number of people employed or number of contracts awarded, but the value of those people. How much do they receive vis-a-vis expatriates? Because at the end of the day, it's about what is retained in the country, not about the number of people that are engaged. So the committee urged that Mineral Commission and the Ministry should make sure that not only the number of people employed or the number of small contracts that are given out, but the value of it should be quantified to be briefed in subsequent meeting with the Ministry and the Mineral Commission. With this, Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to support the motion and approve it. Thank you.
Yes, leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having gotten the committee to move and the motion seconded, let me just say, Mr. Speaker, it is under very unfortunate circumstances that we had to do this certification. Many times, I remember in the state parliament, even Dr. Komna Donko kept insisting that most of these mining companies were doing galamsey, they were doing illegal mining. And many of them ignored. And since the start of this 7th parliament, there have been several occasions when the committee raised these concerns and they were ignored until there were challenges. They ran to court, and the court now pronounced that once Parliament has not ratified, it is invalid. Now all of them start running. And Mr. Speaker, you can see the tall order. And Mr. Speaker, I want to believe if Parliament had insisted in doing very diligent and detailed case-by-case ratification, it would have taken us close to forever. But because of the circumstances, Parliament, and for that matter, the committee decided that let's allow this to go in a kind of block in order not to impede their businesses or to frustrate the businesses that are already running. Mr. Speaker, I hope not only this Parliament, but the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources will take leave and ensure that in future we do not allow these companies to operate and get so many of them not ratifying through parliamentary approval and get their operation underway. Only when there's a court decision, then they start running, and all of them putting pressure to be passed within a very short period. Mr. Speaker, Parliament has been very magnanimous in trying to get this thing done in such a short period. I hope the ministry will take leave. And I also pray that the Committee on Mines and Energy will continue to play its oversight to ensure that all these companies that get the opportunity to operate within our country comply fully with our laws. With this comment, Mr. Speaker, I also want to support the motion before the House. Thank you very much.
Speaker, thank you for your kindness to speak to the motion for the adoption of the report. Speaker, one thing is the fact that there is no single person or corporate entity in this country that is above the laws of this country. Now, the popular Supreme Court case, the case law, speaks to the fact that we are all under the mighty hand of the law. So no individual can decide unfairly to revert mineral deposit of this country to anybody without proper recourse to law. We are established by the Supreme Court. I am very happy about this. And going forward, this will serve as a guide to subsequent government. Speaker, your report, page 3 of your report on local content, the committee rightly observed the need for local content, and hence the need for us to involve one of our own Ghanaians to own a stake in mining lease. More often than not, Speaker, these leases are given to expatriates. So the provision for a local content is so key. The committee for that observation. Speaker, I regret the backlog of leases. What, as has been captured in the report, I think page 5 of the report captures it as legacy mining leases. That is unacceptable. And I can see the Deputy Minister, Honorable Benito, going forward, now that the Supreme Court has given us the guiding principle and the guide, we should never have a situation where companies or entities seeking the consent of the ministry will go ahead and start mining before we come to Parliament for ratification. That should never repeat itself. Speaker, sustainable mining is key, and it is the order of the day. The UN, other international bodies are talking about, and I see the report capturing reclamation bond. This must be mandatory, and all prospecting entities interested in mining our resources must be ready to undertake this reclamation bond. That's because corporate bodies cannot come and mine our resources and leave in its trail its negative effect on generations yet unborn. So going forward, we need to pay particular attention to it. And it is almost becoming a trend that all mining towns, you find grinding poverty in these towns. Speaker, I can name all the mining towns and the grinding poverty that is prevalent in these towns. Where is the CSR responsibility of these companies? I want to urge the ministry. There will not be difficulty granting these leases. But going forward, it should be a guiding principle that all companies who are coming to mine in Ghana have responsibility by way of delivering on welfare to the people should be respected and should be supported by the ministry. Speaker, with these words, I support the motion for the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Honourable members, all in favour of the motion, say aye. Say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honourable Minister. Yes.
Okay.
Item number 5, resolution.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that item number 5 to 55 on pages 11 to 49 on the addendum order paper be now adopted. I show 5 to 55 on pages 11 to 49 on the addendum order paper be now adopted. I assume.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honourable members. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the items listed as in the motion, the number from 1 to 51, the resolutions capture items 5 to 55. I think that is 50, right?
No, 5 to 55 because
you count the sum.
It's on the 5.
I'm not at 51.
I'm on the 51.
Because we subtracted another 50. Mr. Speaker, I was worried about the arithmetic. Well, from 5 to 55.
Yes.
And if you do the arithmetic, you're going to have 50. But this is 51.
Yes.
I was asking, but I think it's drawn my attention to the fact that you must count 5.
Yes.
So inclusive of 5, then we'll give 51. I just wanted us to be very sure in our minds.
Honourable members, all in favour of the House adopting resolutions 5 to 55 on pages 11 to 49, today's order paper addendum. Say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. This House has adopted the resolutions numbered 5 to 55 on pages 11 to 49 of the order paper addendum for today. Yes, Honourable Leader.
The Speaker, can we do item 66? 66. On the original order paper.
Item number 66. Motion. Minister for Health. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the National Blood Service Bill 2020 be now moved the third time. I so move.
Now read.
It be now read for the third time. I so moved.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Other members, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is
An act to establish a national blood service and to provide for related matters.
The National Blood Service Bill 2020 has now been read a third time and passed. Yes.
Speaker, I'm grateful, but to urge colleagues for us to deal with item numbered 60 on page 50 of the original order paper. 60. The
Six zero,
Mr. Speaker.
very well. Item number 60. Motion. The Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go the item 60 and item 63, our procedural motion, 50 and 51. I'm combining procedural motion 60. I can combine.
Chairman, you want to combine the adoption of the resolutions?
Procedural motion 6061, nominate pages 50 and 51. And so move.
Chairman, you can move only the 61st. Who is seconding resolution, the motion numbered 60? Yes, leader.
Mr. Procedural motion 60, page 50. And so move.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have one report. It's a combined report. And he needs to move the procedural motion in respect of 60 and 63. 60 and 63. If you can move the procedural motion, it's in respect of 60 and 63.
Honourable members, did you second that?
Mr. Speaker, I'll move in second.
All in favor of the House adopting the procedural motions numbered 60 and 63 in today's order paper, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, Chairman, we move motions numbered 61 and 64 in a combined report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your kind permission, I beg to motion 61 that this honourable and 64 that this honourable House adopt a report of the Committee on Food and Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs of the Charter of the Côte d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative. By your kind permission, I'd like to read your committee's report. Before I continue, I'd like to do some few corrections on page 3, background information, line 4. President Akufo-Addo, the spelling.
It should read as AKUFFO. AKU to FFO. In 2017, Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana agreed to set up a strategic cooperation framework to give new meaning to the what? I'm not concluding. Meaning the Ghana cooperation. Consequently, His Excellency President Nassara Ouattara of Cote d'Ivoire and President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo signed strategic partnership agreement in Accra on Tuesday, 17 October 2017. They serve, among others, over the area of cocoa economy and other strategic crops. In 2017, the two institutions in charge of the regulations of cocoa.
Chairman, we all have copies of the report. So can I quickly ask you to move to item number 60?
Mr. Chairman, conclusion. The committee noted the immense benefits to be derived by the Republic of Ghana and the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire from the implementation of the Charter and the Headquarters Agreement. The committee recommends to the House the adoption of this report and ratification of the Charter and the Headquarters Agreement of the Cote d'Ivoire-Ghana Cocoa Initiative between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. Respectfully submitted. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion for the adoption and for the adoption of the report, the ratification of the Charter between the Republic of Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, noted on the Cocoa Initiative, and the citing of the headquarters of this initiative permanently in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I think we all agree that since the Kwashi brought cocoa to Ghana, it has been the backbone of this economy, and not just in Ghana but Cote d'Ivoire. And between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, we produce 60% of the global production of cocoa, and we produce a premium cocoa. Yet, the cocoa economy globally is showing price instability, decreasing price of cocoa, and ultimately decreasing standard of living of the farmers. Hence, this chapter between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire to improve the living conditions of the farmers. Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, I would like to remind members of an innovative provision in the Charter known as the Allied Living Income dimension of this charter, which guarantees living income to farmers. And apart from that, also for Ghana, because the headquarters we cited here is going to provide jobs and make Ghana the focus of the global cocoa industry. I would therefore ask members to ratify this agreement for the Ghana Cote d'Ivoire initiative, because the Parliament of Cote d'Ivoire has ratified it, and also to approve for the adoption and the citing of the permanent headquarters of this initiative in Ghana. Thank you very much for your opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Member for Secretary.
Thank you for the opportunity to make a contribution and to urge honorable members to adopt this report. It will be remiss of me as a member of Parliament for the Serioso constituency and in extension supervising the Western North region, which is the prime area for production of cocoa, if I do not support this motion. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, over 30 years ago, 20% of the value of cocoa on the amount of money that was accrued in the value chain came to we, the primary producers of cocoa. As we speak now, only 6%, and indeed this year it's been estimated that only about 4% of the value of
the amount of money that comes under the value chain comes to the cocoa producers. That is why when you go to buy here in Brazil, when you go to Indonesia, then when you go to Malaysia, the middle class have jettisoned cocoa production. And indeed, Brazil and Malaysia importing cocoa from Ghana. The production of cocoa in the world is left on the shoulders of Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. And some 7 entities in the world have arrogated themselves, they've formed a cartel, and they control the price of cocoa in the world. I see this thing as hegemony against those who have formed this cartel. And I can also, Mr. Speaker, link it to the phenomena of child labor. Indeed, there is this phenomena of exploitation of adult labor, because I am in it. And when we employ people to do cocoa labor on the cocoa farms, when you do the aggregation, you see that, in fact, we supply free labor towards the production of cocoa, and it's down the value chain downstream. And indeed, I can see that this entity that will be formed will be able to bring to the world the dear exploitation that is going on among the people of West Africa, particularly Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and I dare say Nigeria and Cameroon. Because when you add the 4 of these countries, we produce some 80% of the world's cocoa. So I see this as a welcome development, and I believe that those who consume cocoa will see that in the cocoa industry there is a need for radical development as far as the value chain is concerned. We are not in a market-determined environment. Some people are actually exploiting people not only in the child labor domain, but actually even adults. Because when you go to places like Serioso, Sawayo, Fojo Chrome, and other areas that I have a farm, you see that we do Nobwa. And the Nobwa is nothing more than free labor, which is contributed to the supply chain, which is not paid for. So, Mr. Speaker, I see that this is a welcome relief, and we shall take it from there. I'm serving notice that going forward, and inshallah, since that I will be a member of the 8th Parliament, we will be coming, and then the cocoa sector, we will make sure that is done to help to alleviate the plight of cocoa farmers come to fruition. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to adopt the report of the committee on the chat cocoa between Ghana and La Côte d'Ivoire. And Mr. Speaker, we are doing what is appropriate within the meaning of Article 75 of the 1992 Constitution, that a treaty has been executed. But Mr. Speaker, today as we speak, Ghana produces about 812,000 metric tons of cocoa. La Côte d'Ivoire produces about 2.1 million. We should be asking and challenging ourselves, what is it that Ghana is not doing right in order to increase and expand cocoa production? Now, as I read through this agreement, and I'm happy the Honorable Afiye knows much about cocoa, and I hope that he will bring his experience to bear. The situation for the management of cocoa in Laos is not same and similar to what pertains in Ghana. In La Côte d'Ivoire, it is private entities that buys and sells cocoa. In Ghana, it is your cocoa board. So when you create an impression as if entering into this agreement, you have solutions to your problems in the cocoa sector. There has to be major reforms in the cocoa sector of Ghana. In La Côte d'Ivoire, there is no cocoa board. There is no cocoa board. There is no cocoa board. I have seen the name. You have a name there. My French is not good. Le Conseil de Café Coco. No, the character, I am very, very familiar with La Côte d'Ivoire and their economy and their cocoa sector, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying that in La Côte d'Ivoire, those who buy and sell is not the same character in Ghana as you have the cocoa board. It is not the same. So we have to embark on some fundamental reforms to be able to do that. Because in Ghana, what we have done, probably it has served us. That's why we guarantee a loan of 1.2 billion or 3 billion for cocoa board to come. In La Côte d'Ivoire, the state role is moderated for the private sector. The state role is moderated for the private sector. I see the Honorable Minister, if you don't agree, maybe the Speaker will give you some attention to deal with it. Now, key provisions of the headquarters agreement. Remunerative prices and improvement in the livelihood of cocoa farmers. Now, how cocoa prices are determined in Ghana is also not the same process in La Côte d'Ivoire. How they determine their producer prices is not the same thing as we determine in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, so I support the motion to promote and enhance consumption and utilization. We have to do value addition for the cocoa sector. There are many of the major cocoa producing entities, Balikalibu and Co, who all want to set up in Ghana. We should encourage more of it. Now, when I say value addition, even granules, there is a relationship between granules and the processing of cocoa to add value to some of the cocoa products. How are we developing the value chain so that we increase production of granules? A foreign player who will come in for the processing of our cocoa. The European Union have done some study, and one of these we should be interested in knowing the outcome of their study. That they benefit more from cocoa than we those who produce. That is fundamental. How come? We are the producers of cocoa. They get our raw cocoa and process it. There is some evidence by a quiet group in the European Union which has studied Ghana's cocoa, and their finding is that the European Union benefits more from cocoa than we, the producer of cocoa. What do we have to do in order to extract maximum and optimal benefit from this cash crop? So in principle, I support the agreement. I would have wished that Mr. Speaker, if we come to the conclusion of the committee, normally the committee would have repeated that in accordance with Article 75, we recommend this. I read paragraph 6.0. So with this comments, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. We need to increase our cocoa production output. 812 is not good enough when La Côte d'Ivoire is doing 2.1 million in a year. In Ghana, we are still even yet to achieve the 1 million ton mark. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
Let's look at the resolution.
I'm trying to find what numbers they are. That's why. It was number what on the other paper? Honorable Leader, what was the number of the item on the other paper?
It's item 65 on page 51. Page 51 and also page 52.
No, page 40. There's no 51 in the main order paper. Oh.
Original order paper.
Okay. Is that then
Original order
51? Very well. Resolution numbers 65, Yes, 6.2 and 6.5. Honorable Minister for Agri. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister, you may move the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that resolution number 65 of pages 51 and 52 be adopted now. I so move.
There are two resolutions, so move them together. Okay. Resolution number 62 and 65.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that resolution numbers 65 and 62 of pages 51 and 52 be adopted now. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion for the adoption of resolution 65. Thank you.
Honorable members, all in favor of the House adopting resolutions numbered 62 and 65 in today's order papers 50 and 51 to 52. Say aye. Against that, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted resolutions numbered 62 and 65 in today's order paper.
Mr. Speaker, we have done enough, and indeed, the volume of the other papers that we have accomplished is tremendous work that we have done. And Mr. Speaker, I thank colleagues who have contributed to finishing up very hard the business for the day. The Speaker, as I indicated the other day, we would be coming back on the 4th.
Leader,
the 4th.
Can I give me 5 minutes? Enough members, sitting is suspended for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker,
Order. Honourable members, I would like to kindly remind that in accordance with Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, will deliver a message on the state of the nation prior to the dissolution of this House. I wish you all a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. I wish you travel mercies throughout the period. This Honourable House will stand adjourned till Monday, 4th January 2021. We're likely to travel until 5th and 6th January. I thank you very much. Leadership, if you will have a word or two.
Speaker, I can only use this opportunity to wish you and your family Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. To the clerk and the able men and women of the parliamentary service, and to the hard-working majority leader and to my colleagues, I wish you all Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. When we come on the 4th, we then will be able to recognize, knowing what the future holds for all of us, will recognize your contribution to this institution and see the way forward. I wish you well. I wish the leader, the Honorable Chairman, sir, the first deputy who has been very supportive of you in these difficult times, to him and the second deputy, I say Afishapa and happy, prosperous New Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I also thank you for the opportunity to express my profound gratitude to members cooperating very much in the transaction of business in this House. Mr. Speaker, we had a very limited time when we resumed sitting post the presidential and general elections. And yet, we found space to be able to transact business on many bills and have passed within this short space of time about 6 very important bills. Speaker, once again, let me congratulate members. For those of them who went into the battle in the general elections, they put up a good fight. Many have returned, and they are going to be part of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. For those of them who were not successful, let me wish them better luck next time. I know some of them may want to stage a comeback. So we want to congratulate them for the fight that they put up. They were not successful, but they should not be daunted, because, as I said, in this world, when one door is closed, another may be open. Mr. Speaker, Christmas is just ahead of us, and for those of us who are Christians, Christmas marks a period of reconciliation between God and mankind. I don't know that post-elections there have been so many issues. Let's use this as a nation, the Christmas period as a nation, to reconcile and come back much more united to pursue the cause of God and country. Mr. Speaker, I wish all of us, including the speakership, the leadership of the House, colleague members, and indeed the clerk and his staff, a merry and prosperous New Year. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I wish you all a safe and happy time. Thank you.